Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture operating on the petroleum mining leases 53 and 54 has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Berkey Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I like that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fishan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First ENP for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey Scholarship Program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Mosef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Mosef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
You've tuned into the Breakfast Show right here on Business Day television. We're live in the Center of Excellence, Lagos, Nigeria. It's a beautiful Wednesday morning, and of course, we have enough packed up to keep you going. Thank you for joining us this morning. I am Deborah Eze.
Absolutely, yes. A lot is packed up, like she rightly said. Onyeka Valentine is by name. Let's unveil it, Debbie.
Let's unveil it. But before we actually unveil, now, Governor Shimole, I said governor, he's a sitting senator now, former governor of Edo State, Shimole, is trending. And it's not trending for the right reason.
Wow.
Well, if it was not a sitting governor, it wouldn't have been a problem. A sitting senator, it wouldn't have been a problem. But it's trending because, you know, a video of him massaging a female, another gorgeous, beautiful female leg in a private jet is actually trending.
Right.
And people, and this is coming after he said, oh, things are now affordable. Nigeria is now a better place to live. People should actually, you know, stop complaining. This is coming, you know, after he made that statement. And I must say, that girl that your leg was actually being massaged with the private jets, you need to actually sell ebooks. These are the kind of ebooks, you know, now on TikTok, people are coming out to sell ebook for everything. How to speak to a man, how to ask a man for money, how to be a bad girl, you get? So
how to be a good guy.
A good guy.
A good guy. Because I think Oshomole has been a good man. I will explain. So, you see, most definitely this conversation will have me on his side. I will explain. At that age, the fact that he goes to the gym every now and then, do you expect the trouble of Nigeria to cause him high blood pressure? He's a man. I mean, for crying out loud, give a woman a massage, a foot massage. Can we not take it too seriously and see that even Donald Trump, right, said to one journalist the other time, oh, I like the way your eye looks. You look beautiful. Allow the man to exploit the rest, you know, of the energy that he has before he departs this world. He's a human being. You know, that's what I think. You know, I mean, let's be honest.
So are you now advocating for... I think it's wrong.
Right.
Because, like I said, if he was not a sitting senator, it's okay. I don't care what you do in your
But was it flirting with her? He said, what's wrong with your foot? Is your foot bad? Let's give it a massage. I'm just saying.
I have no words. Bali has it. You have no words. Anyway, let's take a look at the headlines. Some of the headlines that we have for you this morning. And the first headline, Lagos Assembly halts Makoko demolition. Others ministers to stand down. And Nigeria would not reverse course on economic reforms, Tinubu tells World Bank.
Right.
And Nigeria has the strongest navy in Africa in new GFP reports. That's good news right there. And finally, convention shut down. PDP governors resist Wike bloc's move to dismantle committees. Now, for this Lagos Assembly halting the Makoko demolition, do you think the government were in the right? Because it's, I would say were, because it's, you know, it's still present continuous. Do you think they were in the right that to actually think that, oh, we should actually demolish Makoko
in the first
place? Do you think they were right? And now alternate, do you think that's like being indecisive? That's not the characteristics of somebody who wants to lead and govern, you know, a people. If you go back on your word and not see to the first decision that was made. What do you think?
So, I mean, truth be told, they say leadership really has to do with compassion. Leadership is not, hey, go and do it. No, leadership is, I will do it. You will watch me. We will do it. And I step back and you do it and do it well. That is just trying to explain leadership in one end. Now, where does this come into play? Makoko house, or put this way, Makoko, you know, accommodates a lot of people. And so, because of that, if you look at it, when we said let's move ahead to demolish it, whether or not their plan was to do something different, we don't know. But before now, that place has been, quote and unquote, you want to call it maybe, I don't know the word, but whoever comes to Lagos wants to go to Makoko and go and see what's going on there. People want to find out what's going on in Makoko, right? The kind of, you know, okay, put it this way, some kind of unofficial tourist point, even though, yes, you know, sewage, not well planned, but a lot of documentaries has come out of Makoko. However, if the governor says that, because he's the chief security officer of the state, let us demolish that place. What was their plan? Is it that they now find out so that the plan is not going to go as planned? So let us halt demolition. Or people are now becoming very homeless. And these homeless people can become a problem to society, knowing that if they have nowhere to stay, knowing that a business doesn't flow any longer. Don't forget that that area also has a lot of sawmills, right? They bring a lot of logs of wood from different parts of other states via the water, and they have a lot of, you know, they turn the wood there to planks that they can sell a whole lot. So that place became a community out of that kind of business. And of course, what about the fishing area? A lot of fishermen, you know, also live there too. The question is, why didn't they do their homework well before they moved ahead and said they wanted to demolish it? Now, having started already, why have they stopped? Have they seen that at the end of the day, this might not be beneficial? Or let us have a soft landing for these people first. Whichever it is, it boils down to leadership. I'm not trying to be an advocate for Governor Sanwo-Olu, but I'm saying in leadership, sometimes you make strong decisions, right, for a better tomorrow. But even when your decisions becomes more of an issue and creates some level of, you know, some will call it, put an unquote, what you least expect that comes out of it. You now sit back and say, wait a minute, this is collateral damage, that's what I'm looking for. So if you create collateral damage, you now sit back as a leader and say, forget ego, what is the aftermath? So halt this. Let us come back to our think tank room. Let us come and see clearly and ask yourself questions. If these people are pushed out on the road, will they create even more problems for those other residents within that area? Will they flood all the way to Victoria Island, Ikoyi, and some certain other areas? Will we have criminality on the high? I'm sure they could have thought about all this and now said, let us halt. Or maybe it could be financial burden. Or their master plan of trying to make that place proper waterway, you know, is no longer visible. Whichever it is, I think it was a great move to halt it first. Right? Let Lagosians begin, or those who live there begin to think, okay, what do we go to from now? We'll have an alternative plan.
Yeah.
That's
So,
just my
you know,
opinion.
I think when it comes to the government, they have something called the think tank, people who
Most
actually
definitely.
think for them.
Urban regional planners, the physical planning
Yeah, so
committee.
I think they don't have competent people
Hmm.
among them. You know why? The case of Makoko is also the case of the landlords around Oboroshoki and that environs that they actually got their houses demolished. You cannot just, that's the law of migration. Even the birds that migrate from one place to the other, they send people or birds now. People are birds now in this
Well,
in this
in that
analysis.
context, context.
They send their birds to go check out the place where they're going to be migrating to, where they're going to stay, how convenient is it going to be before you see the flock of them
Coming up
migrating.
over.
That is the rule of migration. You cannot just decide that, okay, I think this plan that we have for Makoko, oh, it looks good. Let's just start demolishing it. And then because, I still stand that it's because these people actually came out to protest and the media were actually in with them.
But of course.
Because everyone was talking about it. So why, okay, now that you've taken these people homes away from them, what provision,
next?
what plans do you have for
Any
them?
soft landing?
Same with those in Oworoshoki, the landlords. I heard that some of them were detained and released just recently, and they had like allegedly the commissioner of police in it. So you break down my house, you then detain me. Why? You
Stop my source of living.
Exactly. These people in Makoko, I don't think anybody will want to decide that, oh, I want to stay in Makoko. I have somebody who I saw and then she was like, oh, she lives in Aja. Said she living for 100,000 for Bako house in Aja.
Wow.
And I think about it, I'm like, why would anybody say they want to live in Makoko or live in a Bako house? So the government don't put all of this into consideration before that's why I said I don't think their think tank group are actually like really doing their work, because before you actually carry out an action, you must look at the advantage and then, most importantly, the disadvantage. Because at the end of the day, disadvantage always way more than the advantage when it comes to migration.
I agree with you, because if you look at it clearly, I was hoping, so before it even became the Makoko that we know, that size, it started small. And look, government's in continuum.
Yeah.
What was government doing 20 years ago? Didn't they know that if they allowed them to foster, they would, create a community from there, almost becoming a town?
Because it's a fish town.
But,
like it's a town of fishermen.
Fishermen,
so what do you expect?
people who sell log of wood.
Exactly.
Also, another thing I'll tell you, one way or the other, you might not, well, you might agree, those at home might agree or disagree, but it kind of created some form of, remittance based on cash to the economy.
Oh, of course, definitely.
Because one, truth be told, people who sell, fish and a whole lot of other stuff around other markets come there to buy things, right? Those who, from those carpenters, those, who went to construction, buy log of woods, come there, cut them, and then ship them over to where they want to build their houses on other parts of Lagos. Somebody ship most of these woods outside Lagos. So you can imagine that industry, right, being reduced. What's going to happen?
Look at it. You're the master of industries. You should actually look at that.
Appreciate.
Anyways, we'll go on a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be the newspaper review. We're going to take a look at what the dailies are saying this morning. Just stay with us.
Welcome. Let's discuss leading through AI and technological disruption. Technology has always changed how organizations operate. But the current wave, led by AI and automation, is changing something deeper. How leaders must think. The temptation is to treat AI as a technical project, something for IT or a task force or a vendor. But the most important questions are not technical. They are leadership questions. What work will still require distinctly human judgment? How will we redesign roles so that people are not competing with technology, but amplified by it? What ethical lines will we not cross, even if crossing them appears profitable? How will we prepare our teams, not just with skills, But with the mindset required for constant change, you can delegate tools and implementation. You cannot delegate the values, the boundaries, and the direction. In my conversations with senior leaders, those who navigate technological disruption well do one thing consistently. They take time to think slowly about the long-term implications before acting quickly. They ask, how will this technology change the way our customers live, decide, and trust? How will it change the way our people experience work? What kind of organization are we becoming if we fully embrace this? AI will not replace leaders, but it will expose the difference between leaders who think deeply and those who simply react. In seasons like this, your task is not just to adopt new tools. It is to provide the kind of steady, thoughtful leadership that gives your people confidence in the future you are building together.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back. Money has been flowing on this table. So that's something I usually do. I tell myself that, I come to work to earn $100 million. Mohammed Akonji actually heard it, and then he was like, how come? So to my viewers, I'm going to leave this to you. Do I look like someone that actually owns $100 million
I think
or not?
I can say
Please
that
be the judge.
I can say that.
I will say this.
He's 100 millionaire. Yes.
Come on. It's not over.
Right. If you had $1 million right now sitting in your account, to be honest, what would you do with it?
What would I do with it?
That's already.
She's sitting on my account. Sitting on my account. Very, very, what's the word?
Right.
I'm not prideful.
Right.
I like to be with the less.
That sounds very sarcastic.
Welcome back. This is the newspaper review segment of the Business Day Breakfast Show. And this is where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. I'm still your host, Deborah Eze, and I have two wonderful gentlemen with me that you had seen earlier. Good morning, Mohammed.
Mohammed.
All right, let's get into it. As usual, we have Mohammed to help us break down every story that we have, in the front page of the papers. And we're going to be starting off with the Business Day newspaper, which is our sister company. And the big story on the Business Day newspaper this morning reads, oil output raise tilts in favor of local firms after 70 years. Oil output raise tilts in favor of local firms after 70 years. And the writer to that story is read that divestments are set to deliver 200,000 barrels per day, and Raisins grows output by 100%. And also another story, we have markets glut sends cassava prices tumbling 82%, and the rider price of a ton of fresh tuber plunged 82%, and that is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. And of course, we have winners and losers of federal government electricity subsidy reform, and that story is on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. The Business Day this morning is very apt and straightforward.
Business and economic pages
with the headlines. But let's hear from you. The oil output raise.
Yes. I mean, it's one of the good things that happened on the back of the reforms that you introduced, and on the back of the PIA that was actually signed by Buhari administration. Don't forget, the Petroleum Industry Act has now given more powers to local refiners, local producers. So multinationals are divesting. Dangote has actually been able to bring in a whole lot into the space, at the moment. And what you see is a situation where local producers alone, we're talking about local refiners and local oil players, have contributed about 200 million barrels, 200,000 barrels. Sorry. So of the total, we're talking about 1.4 million barrels that we are doing, and 1.6 million barrels that we are doing now. Locally, divestment alone, we're talking about divestment, foreign players, multinationals. You see a lot of them that have actually divested. They've taken their investment away from Nigeria. And you now see many Nigerians buying oil rigs now. And they won't producing the oil. And that's exactly what explains that.
Modular refineries?
Modular refineries. If you're talking about the oil itself, the upstream itself, most of them, because of the subsidy removal and because of certain things, this local content that the government introduced, we are seeing more local players coming into the space. Getting oil rigs, having oil wells, and producing this oil, which was tilted against us. It's actually in favor of multinational companies. Companies like Shell, companies like Chevron were the ones in that space. But now you are seeing Havardell, you are seeing local players, you are seeing Dangote. You've seen a whole lot of them coming into the space and doing amazingly well. You have BP now. So that's what we have seen. With Nisans alone is another local player I can see. Output has grown between the last 2 years by more than 100%. With Nisans Oil is another very big oil player in Nigeria. So these are local players that are now playing very, very vital role in that space. And that is actually a very good thing for us. So in 70 years, since 1956, when we commercialized oil production, we have never seen it. It has never been so good, when it comes to our own local players playing a very, very vital role when it comes to our oil production. And that is one good thing. And that's why now the government is trying to be able to do something now. The budget of this year that will be passed on the 17th of March, which is the target, is predicated on about 1.6 million to 2 million barrels per day of oil production.
That's BPD.
BPD, barrel per day, the BPD. So we expect that by 2027 budget, we want to ensure that once we're able to get some stability in the River State, after that in the news, we are trying to get to 3 million barrels per day. And those are good stories that we're actually expecting. So I think the investment is helping us. A lot of them are leaving the space now. Exchange rate is stabilized, and many players are going into it. I think another one you mentioned there was actually what happened to the cassava market. Yes, cassava prices. In fact, more players are also coming into that.
I'm quite interested in that cassava market.
Now, I think I need to remove that Gary. I don't know if I usually buy that. The bag of Gary, the price of a bag of Gary has actually come down now to about 18,000 naira a bag from the high of 40,000 that it was 2 years ago. From there, about 40,000. So these are things you understand now that we actually see the benefits and the plus points that are actually happening to us in this nation. So I'm sure it can be able to be. And the other thing that they use cassava for, we're not seeing the prices trending downward. And that is why, of course, the jury is still out there as to have the government reforms, are they yielding the results that we desire? The jury is still out there. I know maybe people like Valentine may not agree with me. Or somebody like Def may not agree with me. Maybe people like, no, people are not feeling it. People are not feeling it in their pulses. The livelihood is not feeling it yet. But there's still glimmer of hope there to ensure that things are stabilized. Maybe they've not inched up yet. They won't want to see. But I'm saying stabilization, I mean, there is what it was 2 years ago, 2023, 2024. You can actually be able to have a plan to be able to say, this is what I want to plan about this economy, and you get the element of stability. I think on Monday, we're at editorial advisory board that we have in Business Day, where on a Monday basis, we'll actually be able to meet them. And one of the things they mentioned is that all the members of the board unanimously agree that those reforms are working. But whether they've actually touched down on people's pockets,
it's another question.
People's livelihood, yes, it's there. And that's exactly what I think the government is to him to be able to achieve this year. To ensure how does it trickle down? There's a shock therapy, which of the economy, which of those reforms. Those are shock therapy.
It's not shocking that something is working, but then people are not feeling it.
So I think it's a transmission mechanism in quality in economics. It takes a bit of a time. That's what I'm saying. For example, now a bag of rice now. Until I was speaking to somebody over the week, I remember my wife went to the market to get some stuff. And then I remember the last bag of rice we bought was 50,000. And this one now we're getting it for, I think, 49,000. Yeah, we are not there yet. We're not there at the El Dorado yet. but maybe there is still that part. I was talking about parts of Gary now, but that's why I bought Gary as well. I know Gary there was about 40,000. Fasting is about the corner. In about 2 weeks now, I got to start fasting. And then I'm just saying, I was trying to be able to stock the house to ensure prepare for that. I was getting a bag of rice for 18,000, 19,000. A bag I'm talking about of Gary. That was 40,000. Last time I bought it was 40,000. And that is so. Those are quite remarkable things. Right? Be able to take impact. So I know we may not be able to feel it fully in our pocket yet, but they're actually gradually touching strategic point that will be able to impact people's lives. And that's exactly what I think we are. So last year was for stabilization and consolidation. Let's consolidate the gains. This year is those inclusive growth. How does it trickle down? I think trickle down is the effect we are looking for. How will it trickle down to ensure that Dave that wants $100 million in the account, doesn't be able to get $100 million.
Now let's talk about electricity. Electricity has been, yes. So we're looking at the winners and the losers of the federal government electricity subsidy reform.
We don't know reform that. So now, so sorry about that. Yesterday, in fact, that was the story I'm doing today because I think I have one of my stories that came out today here. I just want to know. I'm sorry. So these, yes. This was about Trump. And I would like you to read it. Well, we just did some important analysis. The one I want to talk about was this state governors. Since 2023, May 2023 to January, December 2025, governors, states alone have collected 9 trillion naira as a result of oil removal subsidy.
Right.
That's subsidy removal from oil. 9.
Wait a minute. So
9 trillion. I'm also going to talk about what we have.
You mean to say that all this cry and worry about the effect of subsidy removal has not been quite impactful? Whoever has been crying that one is just crying foul. Because if 9 trillion
people, they are talking about this as state governors.
Because I heard it 9 trillion.
9 trillion, yes. That's the amount that have gone to them as a result of subsidy removal. States, so that's subnationals. And just the federal alone. States have collected 9 trillion naira.
So our president saying subsidy is gone.
Yes.
But the actually has positive dividend.
Yes, it does. So the money is now going to them.
That's the answer.
These state governors get this money, and that's why at the same time, as much as we hold Abuja responsible, we hold Aso Rock, we'll actually be able to cut them to account, which is fine. We also need to ensure that Marina, Ikeja, all those capitals as well, are we challenging these governors? I'm telling you, the story is coming out tomorrow. We just did the analysis. I'm just able to finish up the analysis on the amount. I calculated 9 trillion have been given to these state governors between 2023, mind you. 2025 below was 9 trillion. But between 2023 to date, it's about, I think it was about 28 trillion naira that they've collected. Can they give account of that? In fact, that's what the title there, I'm not telling you.
That's another question.
It's counting trillions, measuring nothing. But that's what we call the title: counting trillions and measuring nothing. So now, federal government is paying all the subsidies for electricity as well. What is the state government role as well? This thing has actually been decentralized. States are not allowed to be able to generate electricity. How too can they be able to make if they collect that amount of money, can they be able to? Why this is what we're talking about? Electricity is bad. Is there a role they can play?
This is why, so to cut you. Okay. This is, I think, for what you just said right now, has now explained clearly why some other governors are actually having bad blood towards Alex Oti of Abia State.
Really?
Because I mean, someone
is actually
so to them, these guys have to make us look bad.
By the eyes of the world.
Because the world money they collect, they should be able to generate their own power and reduce the burden
on the federal government, on the national assets. That's exactly what we're talking about now.
I'm almost tempted to call them the big C word.
By one of our journalists. It is good for people to read it. It was a very good expose to see what those are going to benefit. But I can tell you, the major winners here are the people. We people here will benefit from here. The governors are collecting this money. Let them come out and I'm sure they
make account.
So they give account and let people show the impact. Let it trickle down. I think we're going to trickle down the economy now. Trickling down is one of the ways that it gets to people.
Have you guys seen?
Government don't want people to remove total. Sorry about that.
No, go ahead.
Government is not intended to remove total subsidy on electricity because that's what average Nigerians benefit from.
Most definitely.
So they're not going to be able to remove that. How can they be able to share the body? Instead of the whole body to be only of federal government alone, can the states, given the windfall that they are getting, given the amount of money they are receiving, what can they also? Because look at the case of Oyo State, for example. It's still in there of the storm. Oyo, for example, collected 50 billion he collected 3 years ago. And nobody knew about that. There was a bomb blast in Oyo State. Federal government gave 50 billion to his state. He said it's 30 billion. Okay, 50 and 30 billion. Fine. This man deliberately, I'm not going to accuse him. Maybe he fixed that money because of election next year. And that's what some of them are doing. They just get this money, go and fix it, planning for elections, and they bring that money, and they decided becoming one for their Christmas. Like that's
right. All right. Having said that, let's now look at the Punch newspaper. Let's see what other stories we have.
Well, on the contrary, if I'm not on the contrary, still in that same light, literally light, electricity subsidy is now an issue. It says here, the major rider, electricity subsidy FG to deduct 3.6 trillion naira from Federation account. FG to deduct 3.6 trillion naira from Federation account. That's a lot of money. You see that one on page 2 of the Punch.
Yes.
Before we even break down to talk about this one, let us jump to the very top here and see what's going on. It says bandits kill 30 in fresh Kwara Katsina attacks. I mean, it is painful. I thought it would come to a point where we will come to the studio, get the papers, and not talk about deaths and kills. Even with all the action,
until you address the problem, you keep seeing news like
that. But they're addressing it.
But our boys are fighting hard.
I don't think our boys are fighting hard.
Extremely hard.
So there's a difference between having to fight hard and having the right resources to fight hard. If you do not have the right resources to fight hard,
what can you
achieve? You can't achieve anything.
Although, so it says bandits kill. Now, it didn't say, well, again, the bandits.
Regardless.
So
bandits has been declared terrorism in Nigeria.
That's true. So I agree with you. They are terrorists.
Saying there is, but I get that position of what Dave is coming from. Sometimes, I think I wasn't able to blame some of us because as at this time yesterday, Nigerian soldiers killed 30 of them in the Timbuktu Triangle. That was not in the papers today. Now, I think this actually happened. Was it a fresh attack in Kwara, in Katsina? Right. Because the question, what I need to look at this is, do you know the amount of money that these people are actually getting? The allure of this banditry, the kind of money they get there, because it's like a business that there are risks and returns. And these people are also willing to be able to
take the risk
because of that higher returns that they get from there. So that's why I feel like would they not finish? And they keep killing them. Where are they coming from?
And they are killing them in their hundreds.
In hundreds, maybe not
area bombardment.
Thank you very much.
You know,
they are
boots on ground.
Why are they still coming back? It's like keep coming, it's coming.
So not address the root cause of this.
Yes, I think the root cause has to be addressed on the fundamentally. And my PhD, what I've just started to mention, is around because that's what I'm working, behavioral economics and Boko Haram behavior in Nigeria. We just
thesis statements. Thesis. Okay.
My thesis statement. Yes. In fact, I am going October to go and interact with the Boko Haram and local boys from THQ. And one thing I learned in my pre-field, I'm just trying to be able to mention that I learned is what motivates them. Well, that's the question I was going to ask. What motivates these terrorists to do what they do? How do they keep coming back?
Should I tell you without even mixing words?
Okay, please.
I hate to say it. I don't want to be the harbinger of bad news or bring up bad news.
And told me some of it.
But to be very honest, and this cuts across everywhere, whether you are Hindu, you're Christian, you're Muslim, it's this thing called religion. Religion is the major problem that can turn the hearts of people from good to evil. Even when the doctrine says good.
Some people can actually be.
That's the point. So you can actually incite people. Mark my word, I said, whether it is those who are, regardless of religion, if someone has evil intention, look,
use it for example.
That's the point. And all you have to now do is look for somewhere in the scripture to validate their own.
That's what it was from the beginning. But I do not think that's still. I think it's the return now.
Exactly.
They've seen how lucrative it is. You know what it means for you to just kidnap somebody and call them and this is 100 million. And they will provide it. So I think it's the return now. It's not even a religion right now. The money.
I remember on Tobia, that's what they mentioned. Tobia I spoke to. One of them, you know the reason why I said it was just okay, fine. He said it's not the money, but because they said 70 virgins are waiting for him up there.
There we go.
I mean, you ask that was actually how they indoctrinate him. Now they're trying to de-radicalize them. Now that's radicalization. Now somebody else was because I lost aversion in behavioral economics. You know what that means? It's like saying A killed 100 people. So this is his own position in paradise. If you can kill 500, you have a higher position.
Wow.
And that's the drive. Because it's not attraction. A lot of them talk about these returns. The returns. That on a particular one loan, when they kidnap, they get 60 million, 100 million, 200 million.
So even if you share 60 million across 10 people, you are still getting a lot of money.
So they want to go back and keep going back.
Making the money. And you know, there's a film, The Urge. You saw the way they broke it down.
I mean, showed us
it's not like an apprenticeship business.
Kind of a thing.
You get to like they settle you start your own operation. So I think that is why they keep increasing more money.
So that's now become, whether or not we like it, an evil industry.
Of course, it's an enterprise itself. Just like he's talking about, that keep just expanding like that.
Yeah.
Somebody set you up like an apprentice. You learn the art. You started being able to control these, and then they keep expanding.
And as much as we want to talk about it, we'll say it. Look, there is no way these people could have been this successful without the help, the assistance of the Western world.
Okay, let's take one more story.
We're
pressing time on the Punch newspaper. Let's take one more story there.
Punch newspaper, already we took the major one here. Down here it says here that over here it says PDP governors, resist Wike's blocks. Okay, Wike blocks move to dismantle committee.
The came on Monday, luckily, and the convention that took place in Ibadan in November was eventually discarded. Countenance. So that means it is Wike 1, Makine's group 0. Because now it appears that the court favors Wike's group. They are going to be able to have their convention. So the battle is still on. I'm not sure that you saw the video yesterday where Makinde and Wike trading war.
Yeah, so no more vagabonds in PDP.
No more vagabonds.
Wike said, Makinde, you are the vagabonds.
So, was a serious blowback yesterday. What's the big back? Two of them.
Yes.
And in fact, I posted that on my post. This one was they are vagabonds. They are coming with their vagabonds. And I was like, what English is that? So
in politics,
the vagabonds in PDP are coming with their vagabonds. I was like, oh my God, what English is that?
That's what happens
there is vagabondry.
Right.
Then you know what I'm saying about that? I know the vagabondry.
In politics, creating your own word. Actually, in politics, is allowed. After all, politics costs a lot of shady
things. I have to ask people. Does it exist? This is a word. They have come with their vagabond, something like that.
There's one here. It says, page 43, very quickly. It says, MPO to Tinubu, regulate foreign platforms or lose Nigerian media. This was directly
so I actually agree. That is actually a big story that we should look at. I don't think we actually have like so much time. If you look at what is happening on the TikTok space now, if regulation is not done, I totally agree.
People are feeling like you can't even regulate them.
It's been an eyesore. Even on Twitter,
like yourself could actually be able to say that. I love that.
From the beginning, I didn't see why they need for it, but with the way we are going now, even on Twitter, with the use of AI and grok, what people were doing, oh my God.
Set got you. 4 years ago, if you remember, there was a move to regulate social media.
There was no reason.
But guess what? A lot of people quickly, 2021, a lot of people came in and kicked against it. Youth were doing a bit
because they were trying to shut people down.
But guess what?
There was freedom of speech.
But guess what? You see, this is the part where I would give government kudos. They say, when a child refuses to listen, you will say, you know what? You tell them, you know what? Go and make your mistakes and let us watch. The truth of the matter right now is that we have seen that social media, if not regulated or given some level of cap, will destroy even the youth that we are trying to.
I disagree with you. As of 2021, like you said, we youth understood. That was when we wanted to air our opinion about the governance in Nigeria, and they were trying to shut us down. That's different. If you're coming to regulate or want to regulate social media because we are trying to tell you that, we are tired of being oppressed, you are supposed to lead us, govern us, and give us our rights. But now I'm saying I can't be blind to what is happening. I see young people
actually doing unspeakable things. And so if they want to regulate it now because of that, to actually bring sanity to the social media, then no problem.
But you know what?
But you can't shut people up by saying you want to regulate social media.
Guess what?
because you don't hear their opinion.
The regulation cannot come without some form of other issues. Believe it or not,
we have an issue
in this case, you can't have secret cab. You can't say, I'm regulating social media and leave YouTube. I'm regulating social media or leave Twitter. All the different social media platforms will
All right,
be
well,
the
let's quickly look at
regulation.
cartoon of the day. Cartoon of the day, regulating social media. Of course, we have a very big python, and which is bad governance, biting,
swallowing
Nigerians. And then one of the Nigerians said, "You're very poisonous. Do not run to the National Assembly. They have no anti-venom."
The case of Ifunaya,
I like how they were able to bring the case of Ifunaya into bad governance. Yes,
amazing.
I like how they were able to do that.
The National Assembly, it came to the fore yesterday.
Yeah.
And the need for them to be able to ensure that anti-venom actually is stuck in our hospitals. I think there's a call
But
for
it is
that.
ridiculous that in 2026
we don't have. It's unfortunate anyway. I talked to a doctor yesterday, and I was like, okay, maybe the preservation period of that thing is not because. But normally they have refrigerators where you preserve all this thing. Good at hospitals. Fine, okay. The next question was, okay, how about electricity? Which I think bad governance come in play as well, because we need to be able to, especially in local areas. Yes. Did you know the number of snake bites every year in Nigeria?
Those that we don't know. And you think about it, in climes like Australia that they actually live with these wild animals, you don't hear people actually dying of snake bite in 2026. Snake bite.
But I think it's really it just will propel us again to action, and I'm sure that we actually be.
I really hope so. And this is actually not. I want to say this because I saw something. Because the doctors now are coming out to actually say, you know what? Because this is actually a citizen, and it's actually the truth. Okay. Even the doctors, when a doctor actually dies from something, no one actually really comes out to talk about it. It's very sad that even the doctors are suffering from some of this. Because imagine a doctor who is in the system is actually suffering from it. What's the fate of you and I? They're not even in the system. I can't take care of ourselves.
Okay, it's very
anyway,
put attention to it.
Let's see. Thank you very much.
Dr. Debbie is very passionate.
Thank you very much, Mo. Thank you, Bali. And thank you for joining us in the studio this morning. This is all we can take for the newspaper review. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show, and coming up next is the business morning. Just stay with us.
Welcome. Let's discuss leading through AI and technological disruption. Technology has always changed how organizations operate. But the current wave, led by AI and automation, is changing something deeper. How leaders must think. The temptation is to treat AI as a technical project, something for IT or a task force or a vendor. But the most important questions are not technical. They are leadership questions. What work will still require distinctly human judgment? How will we redesign roles so that people are not competing with technology, but amplified by it? What ethical lines will we not cross, even if crossing them appears profitable? How will we prepare our teams, not just with skills, but with the mindset required for constant change? You can delegate tools and implementation. You cannot delegate the values, the boundaries, and the direction. In my conversations with senior leaders, those who navigate technological disruption well do one thing consistently. They take time to think slowly about the long-term implications before acting quickly. They ask, how will this technology change the way our customers live, decide, and trust? How will it change the way our people experience work? What kind of organization are we becoming if we fully embrace this? AI will not replace leaders, but it will expose the difference between leaders who think deeply and those who simply react. In seasons like this, your task is not just to adopt new tools. It is to provide the kind of steady, thoughtful leadership that gives your people confidence in the future you are building together.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
And you're welcome to the Business Morning segment on the Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. We are live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze, and it's great to have you with us. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the round in the world of business. The Lagos State Assembly has met with residents of the Makoko community affected by the recent demolitions and is asking the concerned ministries to stop the exercise in the area. The meeting, led by the majority leader of the House, Noheem Adams, was to help address issues from the Makoko and Urushoki demolition exercise. Adams, who is also the chairman House Committee on Makoko Demolition, directed all ministries and agencies involved in the demolition exercise to stop all demolition in Makoko, Okwafon, and Shogunro communities. He assured the people that the State Assembly members will visit the areas to carry out on-the-spot assessment to confirm the specific setback being taken by the government. And President Bola Tinubu said Nigeria's reform program is irreversible, insisting that his administration will not retreat from economic changes despite early difficulties. Tinubu made the remarks on Tuesday in Abuja while receiving a World Bank delegation at the State House alongside Vice President Kashim Shettima, led by Anna Burgard, Managing Director of Operations at the Global Lender. The president outlined agriculture as a key priority, pointing to Nigeria's vast arable land and youthful population. In his words, the government was pushing, agricultural mechanization through dedicated centers that will support farmers with equipment and seeds to improve productivity. And still on, Nigeria has been ranked Africa's strongest naval power in the 2026 Global Firepower Assessment, placing the country ahead of Egypt and Algeria in maritime capability. The ranking, published by Global Firepower, evaluates conventional military strength across land, sea and air, placing Nigeria 22nd globally for naval power, reflecting the size and composition of its fleet rather than the overall military spending. Nigeria's naval posture is reportedly shaped by its strategic position along the Gulf of Guinea, where it shares maritime boundaries with Benin, Cameroon, Equatorial Guinea, Ghana, and Sao Tome and Principe. The country controls about 853 kilometers of coastline and an exclusive economic zone extending 220 nautical miles offshore, covering all fields and key fishing grounds. And according to reports, Nigeria operates 152 naval assets, the largest fleet in Africa, while patrol vessels dominates the force, accounting for 132 units supported by 2 mine warfare ships and 1 frigate. And to end the news, the crisis within the People's Democratic Party deepened on Tuesday as governors elected on the party platform rejected moves by Nyesom Wike-backed caretaker committee to reschedule the party's national convention and dissolve key zonal structures, arguing that the faction lacked the constitutional authority to take such decisions. The caretaker committee, backed by the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Wike, had rescheduled the party's national convention, originally slated for March 28th to March 29th and 30th. The caretaker committee Publicity Secretary Jungudo Mohammed announced this in Abuja on Tuesday after its National Working Committee meeting, which dissolved the Southwest, Northwest, and Plateau zonal committees. In response, PDP Governor Sheyi Makinde, Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed, and others who were backing the Tanimu Turaki San-led National Working Committee stated that Wike Group lacked the authority to organize a convention, or dissolve zonal committees. And still to come after the break, policy shock after policy shock, how businesses are coping with uncertainty. Just stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
Truth.
welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our first conversation this morning. Nigeria's business environment has barely had time to breathe. In the space of months, companies have had to adjust to fuel subsidy removal, FX liberalization, rising interest rates, and persistent inflation all at once. While government insists this policy shift is necessary for long-term stability, many businesses say the pace and sequencing have created deep uncertainty, making planning, pricing, and investment increasingly difficult. This morning, we are asking, after policy shock upon policy shock, how are Nigerian businesses really coping, and what does this mean for jobs, investment, and growth? And to help us unpack this, we're being joined by Festus Tokumbo. He's a UK-based development economist. Good morning, Festus. Good to have you.
Good morning.
This morning.
It's a privilege to be here.
All right. So, like the topic said, policy shock or policy shock. What does this policy shock mean in today's economy that we see now? And what is the recent decision that have, been the most disruptive when it comes to businesses?
Thank you. Policy shock occurs when government make a sudden policy decisions that create disruption in the economy. It can be business disruption, it can be economic disruption. Basically, there are two main policies that government use to influence the economy. We have the fiscal policy, which is about government revenue and government expenditure. They are the monetary policy, it's about the interest rate and the money supply. So, since the past 3 years, the government has introduced series of policies to stimulate the economy. This time we have the fuel removal subsidy policy that was introduced in 2023 by the current administration. So, it is a brilliant policy, but the problem with that policy is the methodology of implementing it and the administration it. Because, the society are not well sensitized. The key actors are not well involved in making such decisions. In developed countries like the UK and the US, before government introduce a policies, they have to give time for company to adjust. They have to provide incentive for small scale industry. Fine, the first subsidy is not sustainable, as the government said, because according to them, the government was spending about 40% of the reserve to import fuel into the country. You see, Nigeria is the only country, is one of the few fuelest countries in the world that is a major oil producer. Nigeria is the 12th largest producer of crude oil in the world that still imports petroleum. It shows that the company, it shows about the systemic corruption in the country and about the weak political institutions. So if you are introducing such a policy, you have to carry everyone along. So it creates business disruption that affected business across the line. Then there's the currency, exchange rate unification policy. It's a brilliant policy, it's fine. I think the best policy that was introduced is actually the energy decentralization policy, because a 230 million population, you need to decentralize your energy. You cannot just you can't achieve energy security through the national grid alone. You have to involve the private actors. So the most destructive policy that was actually introduced is by adopting a floating rate monetary policy regime to implement many of those policies. If a government is at an import-based economy, if you are adopting a floating rate regime, the CBN must have sufficient liquidity to supply the currency market and stabilize the economy. In the case of Nigeria, the CBN was only providing about 20 to 25% of the liquidity needed to sustain the currency market. So it created problems across the line. And businesses depend on currency stability. You cannot conduct a successful business in an economy with fluctuating currency. In 2023, the rate of dollar was 430. Today, it's at the peak of the policy, it was 1.5. I think it's going to 1,390 now. And what the finance minister said was that the idea they were selling to the public was that the 430 was not the real value of the Nigerian currency. So today, according to God, in this country, we have governments that are not independent thinkers. They've mostly followed the neoliberal institutions, so that the World Bank, the IMF, or Bloomberg. So what they were saying is that the currency is overvalued. They were projecting that the real value of the naira was 800 to 850, because I listened to the Minister of Finance when it was defending, when it was being integrated at the National Assembly. So that was what they were projecting. But the naira collapsed onto 1,500. That shows that that policy is a failure.
Right.
There's no, it is not contested.
Okay.
So the interest rate determines everything. There's no business that can survive, that can strive without a stable currency. It determines the exchange rate determines the interest rate. Today, the Nigerian interest rate is about 27.1%. In 2023, it's about 17.2%. Look at a country like South Africa. The interest rate is 6.5%. In the European Union, the interest rate is 2.1%. In the UK, it's 3.75%. No business can survive without sustainable interest rate. Then what about the inflation rate? The inflation rate today is about 15.3%. It's not sustainable for businesses. In Ghana here, the interest is about less than 4%. So that business can survive. Basically, government pursue policies that ensure sustainable exchange rate, sustainable interest rate, sustainable inflation rate to create a conducive economy to thrive. But in the case of Nigeria, it wasn't the case.
So now we saw that the FX reforms, the fuel subsidy, and also the high interest rate, like you said, all of that policy came simultaneously. So do you agree that Nigerians were not given enough time, and do you think that was a good idea to actually do all of these reforms at the same time?
It wasn't a good idea. Okay. I mean, those policies will be implemented, given sufficient time for the key actors to adjust. Government should have providing subsidy. Government should provide subsidy for the low-scale industries to cope with the shock. And to me, if you look at this first subsidy, for example, if you are having a Dangote refinery that is going to produce about 650 liters of petroleum per day, and if your consumption is about 400,000 plus, the idea thing, and Dangote refinery started operation from 2023. You should have allowed that, you should have buy into that. If Dangote supply you those petroleum, while you are selling the crude at a local currency. So you remove the dollar's effect. You may not actually need to float the currency to eliminate the dollar effect from the Nigerian economy. Because the main problems that most countries faces in the world is dollarization. Because the United States means of maintaining its global hegemony is through dollarization. And when you keep borrowing from many of these international institutions, like the liberal institutions, they promote dollarization policies. And those policies are not sustainable for businesses across the line. So those policies should have implemented, as you said, gradually, one after the other, rather than putting everything, announcing everything.
Right. Now let's look at the businesses now. Do you think these businesses are actually pushing this cost on the consumer, or they're just trying to maintain the margin level?
So there are many options that businesses are doing. Some of them are out of business because they cannot cope. According to Nigerian Economic Summit groups, that is the only group, independent research organization in Nigeria. They said that over 7,000 businesses, small-scale industries, are out of business as a consequence of the shock. So some of them are downsizing. Some of them are embracing internal restructuring like automation to cut the cost of running the businesses. While some, mostly, they are passing the cost to the consumer, which they are addicting to do. Even in the developed country, look at the United States, for example. President Trump has imposing high tariff on countries across the line. The idea, because what he's trying to do was to achieve trade recovery, but producing within the United States it's high cost based on the high cost of labor, high cost of material. So the producer end up pushing the cost to the consumers, and that's why most of the companies in Nigeria are doing. It's the companies that bear the cost. That's what they are doing. So what I'm trying to say is that most policies that this government is pursuing is people at the low scale that feel the impact. So you can't be telling people to endure posterity while Nigeria cost of governance is among the highest among the low income countries. It's the highest. We're talking about $300 billion economy that your senators, the members of parliament, are earning as much as developed countries. Look at the United Kingdom, for example. It's about $4 trillion economy. It's the largest economy in the world. The member of parliament earn £7,200 in a month. In Nigeria, it is almost contested. Nobody knows what they earn. some people are saying they need about $30,000, while some are saying $15,000. It's not sustainable. So you cannot, you cannot be imposing, you cannot be creating policies that, expecting the people at the bottom line to feel the impact, while the government is not even restructuring in terms of cost of governance or borrowing consistently to pursue recurrent expenditure. It's not sustainable.
How do you think foreign investors are interpreting these policies? Is it coming to them as a shock? Are they seeing it as governance instability or rising momentum?
It's a double effect. If you look at the Nigerian economy, most of the investors that has come in, they are coming basically from the financial sector. Right. Because the Nigerian financial sector is very lucrative. When you trade off your monetary policy autonomy, you understand. So you attract investors because they want to make quick business. We are talking about 10% interest rate. In the US, it's less than, it's about 3.5%. They will prefer to invest here than investing in the EU where it is 1.9%. So for the financial sectors, it's a very lucrative business. And that is why I say that the policy of the government to expand the economy is basically from the financial sectors. We hardly find an investor from the real sectors. But a sustainable economic expansion has to comprise both the real sectors and the financial sector.
So with the way the Nigerian policing keeps shifting and drifting, do you think we can actually attract long-term investment? Is it going to be the crumbs that we get?
It's going to be, there's policy uncertainty. Right. There's energy, our energy sector, we have energy insecurity. The major problem that business faces in this country, according to the World Bank, is energy insecurity. We are talking about 8,000 megawatts for 230 million people. Right. In South Africa, it's about 70 million population, and the government is generating about 60,000 megawatts. So without energy stability, you're not going to attract investors in the real economy, because it is the real economy that drives sustainable growth.
So what immediate policy action do you think the government can take to actually stop this policy shock that at the end of the day affects businesses?
In my opinion, I've written series of articles on Nigerian dailies. In my opinion, I'm pushing for the reversing the monetary policy regime. Basically a floating rating regime. Why? Because you cannot sustain an economy. You cannot achieve business sustainability. Why adopting a floating rate regime, and when the government doesn't have the capacity to compete? That's what they've done. So it doesn't make sense. There's not to be any changes. So we need to reverse the policy. Government need to provide soft loans for small-scale industries. We need to create policies that improve energy security. We need energy mix. You cannot just be depending on the electricity alone to drive growth in the economy. And above all, the cost of governance is not sustainable. And when you keep borrowing from the international communities, basically it's the US, many of those liberal institutions, they promote dollarization. And in today's economy, most governments are de-dollarizing. In the United Kingdom, you are not, in many of the banks, you will not allow you to bank in the US dollar. You can only bank in the UK. That is dollarization. Look at the Nigerian economy. Our top trading partners, China, India, we actually achieve business sustainability, social sustainability, where we trade with those countries in their local currency. I know the governments have, there's a currency swap with China. They need to go further in that direction. I need to consider other countries as well. Right. Because the policy of the current government is not sustainable. And there is no way that the social economic variable can improve. The exchange rate is not the strength of a modern economy is Naira. The Naira determines everything. It determines everything. It determines the interest rate, the exchange rate. It determines everything. You need a sustainable currency that you have a cumulative effect on your purchasing power parity. Look at the poorest country in Africa are in the West African region because of poor currency. In the 80s, the Nigerian naira was much, from 60 to early 80s, the Nigerian naira was much more valuable than the British pounds, than the German Deutschmark, and the US dollar. So from that to now, the collapse of the naira was the consequence of the wrong-headed macroeconomic policy of the succeeding government in Nigeria. So we need to stabilize the currency. Government must promote policies that ensures currency stability, that improve energy security, to attract international investors in the real economy, not just about the financial economy. Because the financial sectors, in most cases, when you grow from the financial sector without the real sectors, it creates inflation. It creates macroeconomic imbalances.
Thank you very much, Festus, for your time on the Business Monday.
Thank you.
It was really good to have you. We're speaking to Festus Tokumbo. He's a UK-based development economist. Still to come after the break, trade flows in 2026. What Nigeria must do as US exports jump and Nigerian shipments fall. Just stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our second conversation for this morning. Now, as we look ahead to 2026, Nigeria's trade relationship with the United States is moving in opposite direction. Into Nigeria is rising, while the Nigerian shipments to the US are falling, pressured by tariffs, weak competitiveness, and structural constraints at home. Now, for a country desperate for foreign exchange, jobs, and export-led growth, this imbalance raises urgent questions. And this morning, we examine what Nigeria must do to reverse declining exports, protect its trade position, and remain relevant in a more perfectionist global economy. And joining us this morning is Musa Sanusi Hamad, is the principal trade media. Good morning, Musa. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you for having me, always, Deborah. Good morning.
The key factors behind the rising U.S. exports to Nigeria, while the Nigerian shipments to the U.S. continue to decline?
I think the key factors of recent is the tariffs, but always it has been unable to meet standards, certifications, and uneven interest by the Nigerian diplomats and officials to make sure that our standards metrics are recognized by the US so that we could be able to meet with the export quotas. And of recent, we have a lot of distractions internally whereby our exporters are struggling a lot with financing because the inflows of dollars into Nigeria, it has been it's really distracted to the extent that even the Bermuda change and transfer operators were unable to supply these FX for the exporters. And that is the main reason. And aside from that, we are struggling to diversify, and of recent there are a lot of things coming on that with the Bonga offshore field maintenance going on, and a lot of maintenance across our offshore and onshore. It resulted in decrease in the volume of oil we exported, the crude oil we exported. And we all know that our exports to US is solely oil dependent, and the other agricultural goods like sesame and the likes that we export to US is really dwindled, because the majority of the farmers of those commodities like cocoa and sesame, they are struggling and they lack the appropriate financing to make sure that they were meeting with the targets. But solely it's technical, logistics, and power costs that resulted in the current situation we are.
Oh, very well said. So, how significant are the U.S. trade tariffs in weakening the Nigerian export competitiveness, and especially for the non-oil goods?
It's very significant. The Nigerian goods is not that they are not competitive. It's just that US, most of the things that we exported to US are negligible, and they are not something that they cannot do without. Because if you are talking of oil, they have access to almost all the oils of the world. And even if you see that we obtain export Brent crude, they have the WTI oil, which is the West Texas intermediary oil standard. I believe they can do without the Nigerian oil. And other goods that they cannot do are basically agricultural goods, or maybe if we are to add value to the chain, they can do without most of the agricultural goods that if we invest much more in that angle, we can be able to meet with that, and the competitiveness will be quite good. But aside from that, one of the key things that really is affecting us is that affecting our competitiveness is the financing, logistic, power cost, certification, and meeting standard with the US, standardization. And in Nigeria, the government have no interest in making sure that they supported the business sector in making sure that we meet up with the standardization, or US start recognizing Nigerian standards and making sure that we are meeting with the certifications. And again, we need to encourage exporters to be forming consortium and making sure that, okay, if we form a consortium and we get one company that we could be exporting through that company, so that the single company or 2 or 3 companies in Nigeria will make sure that every standardization in the US across oil and gas, minerals, metals, and agricultural commodities, they are meeting with all the certifications. Then it could be quite helpful, whereby it's going to be very easy to be pumping goods, because it's very surprising that in 2024, in the first 11 months of 2024, we are the winners. We export more to US than US exports to Nigeria. And if you fast forward to 2025, the difference is almost like $1.4 billion. And it's not okay. It's not okay. Even though we are distracted with a lot of internal politics and other things, if these things continue, it resulted in a bigger crisis that Nigerian government could not be able to hold on. Because if Nigeria keep exporting less to US, it will affect our dollar inflows. And if it affects dollar inflows, will keep pressuring Naira. And if Naira is pressured enough, it will result with a lot of FX crisis. And if there is FX crisis, what we are afraid of, what the Nigerian government is keep talking about, the pseudo stability that the Nigerian government is talking about, will be crushed. and we see dollar going to anything 2,000 plus per 2,000 naira per dollar.
Do you think Nigeria is, overly exposed to external policy decisions because its export is too little value-added product?
Yes, because we have a lot of issues when it comes to access to resources. And that access to resources affect our industries. And most of the people that are into production are SMEs. And big corporations, they largely don't invest in anything industrial. They invest in capital markets, they invest in bonds, they invest in all those things that happen in the financial sector. And of recent, the high volume of investment in the real estate, not even to talk of construction, whereby if they invest, the investment in construction is very high. We see a lot of jobs, we see a lot of people getting much bigger opportunities, and we end up even start thinking of local alternatives for construction goods. So the major concern is not even value addition, is making sure that we are prepared to compete internationally, even though the interest of a lot of, if you look by the interests of the Tinubu administration, you can see that we are trying to build a trading hub whereby Nigeria is serving as a distribution point to most of the West African countries. We are not trying to build ourselves as a manufacturing hub. Of recent, you can see the commercial investment partnership, you can see the ongoing security and economic negotiation going on between US and Nigeria. You can see a lot of strategic arrangement, even though of recent, in the last 2 weeks, or in the first months of this year, we have seen a lot of interest of the presidency in diversification, and that is what resulted in the recent visit of Nigerian president to Turkey. But the key thing is we need to make sure that we immune ourselves to a lot of global geopolitical shocks, because it affects us. Because if we are exporting raw materials, we can't immune ourselves from geopolitics, and we don't have control over pricing. But if we export value, a finished goods, then we have a table to negotiate the price. And if there is any financial shock or geopolitical shocks, it won't affect us much. And we are exporting something that probably US can do without. So we are not that intentional locally. And if you check very well, a lot of factories are closing. Probably the government will, the minute we start talking about a lot of factories are closing, the presidency will just start doing their fire brigade approach and attack dogs mechanism, whereby the media offices will start coming out. Instead of they give us data, they start taking it personal, and they start basketing all sort of attack dogs media initiatives instead of presenting data. And likewise, we are talking about, okay, ask yourself, in the last 3 years, nobody asks how Nigerians are doing. And it's a time bomb. And that is why we are facing a lot of insecurity, a lot of challenges. Because let's talk of Naira, change of Naira notes, subsidy removal, Naira devaluation, and a lot of, and as we speak, you know, the new insurance, not even to talk about the new tax regime. We have a new insurance policy in town that is about to come into existence. And that policy development going in the insurance, it will affect our exports. Because a lot of maritime insurance and a lot of things will affect both export and imports. And not even to talk about our custom.
Yeah,
I hear you, Mr. Hamed. So what does this widening trade imbalance mean for the Nigerian FX earnings and balance of payments going into 2026?
Okay, it will make us, it will pressure Naira, because when this imbalance trend continue to even, let's say, the end of the first quarter of 2026, it will result in a disaster whereby the naira is pressured, and there is nothing that the Nigerian government will do to stop dollar to reach 2,000 naira per dollar. There is nothing if this trend continue. If this trend continue, it will result like our dollar inflow will slow and the demand for dollar will increase, because most of our tradings we do outside, most of our trading, even in Europe, in Asia, we do it with dollar. Even with China, we do it with dollar. That will result with the high demand of dollar, and there is little or no dollar inflows, and that will result with Naira getting pressured. And when Naira gets pressured, it will result in seeing that the price of a dollar to Naira skyrocketed and keep rising, whereby we'll be trading a dollar, a single dollar, for almost 2,000, let me say 2,300 or thereabouts. Because we have a lot of issues with Bermuda change in the first days of this administration, and the Bermuda change people, they lost a lot. Most of the elite Bermuda change firms, they have backloads of dollars that they don't know what to do with it, and they are still holding it. And if they're still holding it and they are not giving it out, releasing it out, it will result that there is no coping mechanism than to allow the Naira to plot. Because Nigerian government, as we speak today, they don't have money to subsidize FX. They have zero money to subsidize dollar, because Tinubu administration is already, this year is a year of capital projects, because only these capital projects will give them a collateral for re-election, and they are all intentional about it. They are all intentional. If you have followed the political mastermind of APC, which is in person of the Super Minister Nat Musawa, this is the language he has been speaking. And this capital project will consume a lot of money, and there is nowhere to get that money. Even the new tax regime will not produce that money. So it's only allowed Naira to be floated. And when Naira be floated, it must reach 2,000 plus, because the influence is down. So Nigerian government should find a way to make sure that this trade imbalance between Nigeria and US is curtailed. If not, we are going for FX or currency crisis by the end of the first quarter of 2026.
So, do you know, are Nigerian exporters being priced out of the US market, or are structural issues at home the bigger problem?
Yeah, they are not priced out. It's just structural issues internally, because I keep talking about the US standard when it comes to exports. We cannot export if we are not meeting with that US standards. US exporters are finding it very easy to meet Nigerian standards. And Nigerian government and exporters are not coming together to say, okay, exporters are talking to Nigerian government. We find it very difficult to meet with the standardization policies and certification of the US. Can you help us? Then the Nigerian government can engage its experts, its people, to help them meet with their certifications and standardization, or even negotiate it. Since now we are negotiating with US across board, both security, economics, and commerce. We are even in trade and service. I think it's just recent last week we are talking about commercial investment partnership. So we have access to US decision makers. Let's start throwing some clauses around recognition of Nigerian standard by the US and Nigerian certifications. And that will result in meeting with the demands of the US certification and standardization, and that will result in a lot of export and also predictability. A lot of our exporters are struggling with instability and lack of predictability of government policies because we lack alignment. Our monetary policies by Cardoso and his team, they are doing something different. Our Minister of Trade and Investment are doing differently. Our Minister of Finance, they are masterminding monetary policy and fiscal policy in a different class. Our business associations and labor unions are doing something different. So there is absence of alignment, and that resulted that we could not be able to be competitive. And this imbalance will continue because the issue with Nigerian exporters is not about pricing out or about cost or about money. It's about that standards, certifications, and even power costs, shipping arrangement, and a lot of things. That is it. And internally, even the technical know-how, the workforce around the production, even the crude oil, both onshore, offshore, there is a lot of concern. The technical workforce, they are aging, and there is no new people replacing them, and that reduces the rates of production. Of course, I'm talking about not only upstream or midstream, even the downstream, we are having concern. We are talking of refinery, Dangote and the likes. But think of the companies operating in Nigeria and how all those things are going on. We have Repsol, we have Shell, we have ExxonMobil, and all those people, they have confidence, they have network. Let's even talk about marketing of this crude oil if we are intentional about expanding and diversifying. We have aging oil marketers. You hardly find someone who is under 40 in the oil marketing sector. We are not talking about other things, or even people who custom agent who specialize in oil shipments. So we are having concern about that, and even the diversification, this trade imbalance we are talking about. We need to find a way to be added value, which is our area of strength is agro-processing. We talk about cocoa and sesame and something that US companies, they cannot do without. And even wheat, our land can produce wheat, and we can invest in supporting our farmers. Get serious with that. And that could help to balance it. But if we keep relying on oil, on our dollar inflows, it will really affect this trade imbalance because US can live and can do well without Nigerian oil. And a lot of our refiners in Spain, in France, in Netherlands, even in Turkey, all these refiners in Malta, they can do without us.
Thank you so much for your time on the Business Money Show. Mr. Sanusi Ahmed is a principal of Trade Media Company. It was really good to have you on the Business Morning Show.
Okay, thank you for having me, Deborah. And I believe our trade diplomats will really get back to work and make sure that we do the right thing, because trade diplomats or our negotiators or whatever we are negotiating should be transaction driving, not optics driving. And at this moment, this is our best moment to make sure that we make it transaction driving than optics or visit or any ceremonials, because we need to get Nigerians back to work. We need to create a lot of jobs for Nigerians.
All right, thank you very much, Musa. It was really good to have you. And as we now focus today on Business Morning, we looked at policy shock after policy shock, how businesses are coping with uncertainty, and we also looked at trade inflow in 2026, what Nigeria must do as US exports jump and Nigerian shipments fall. And of course, the Breakfast Show continues with a big story after this break. I am Deborah Eze. Just stay tuned.
Welcome. Let's discuss leading through AI and technological disruption. Technology has always changed how organizations operate. But the current wave, led by AI and automation, is changing something deeper: how leaders must think. The temptation is to treat AI as a technical project, something for IT or a task force or a vendor. But the most important questions are not technical. They are leadership questions. What work will still require distinctly human judgment? How will we redesign roles so that people are not competing with technology but amplified by it? What ethical lines will we not cross, even if crossing them appears profitable? How will we prepare our teams, not just with skills, but with the mindset required for constant change? You can delegate tools and implementation. You cannot delegate the values, the boundaries, and the direction. In my conversations with senior leaders, those who navigate technological disruption well do one thing consistently. They take time to think slowly about the long-term implications before acting quickly. They ask, how will this technology change the way our customers live, decide, and trust? How will it change the way our people experience work? What kind of organization are we becoming if we fully embrace this? AI will not replace leaders, but it will expose the difference between leaders who think deeply and those who simply react. In seasons like this, your task is not just to adopt new tools. It is to provide the kind of steady, thoughtful leadership that gives your people confidence in the future you are building together.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You're welcome back to the Breakfast Show. On the Big Story segment this morning, we are focusing on the trust deficit, why African consumers no longer believe brands. African consumers today are more connected, more informed, and more skeptical than ever. From exaggerated advertising to influencer controversies, poor customer service, and viral brand scandals, many people say they no longer trust what brands promise online or offline. This growing trust deficit is becoming a real business risk because when trust is lost, loyalty, reputation, and revenue often disappear with it. So the big question is, why are African consumers losing faith in brands? And can public relations and digital marketing rebuild that trust? And joining me is a PR strategist, Oludotun Oyeyemi. Good morning, Dotun. It's good to have you on the Big Story.
Good morning. Thank you for having me today.
From your experience, how serious is the trust gap between African consumers and brands today?
Firstly, I would like to mention that thankfully, about 46% of the African population have access to the internet, right? But however, we've not really made much benefit from that opportunity. And so, in recent times, there's been a lot of issues, consumers have been trusted brands online and offline. Due to the fact that some persons have been scammed before, all right? And then brands overpromise and underdeliver. And so in a situation whereby we have a case of what I ordered versus what was delivered, it erodes trust. I'll give you an example. A friend of mine was discussing a particular item that he needs to purchase. And then someone sent a link from a popular e-commerce brand to this person. Oh, you can consider this. And immediately it was like, no, it is coming from that brand, I'm not buying. Why? Because there's been a lot of bad reviews, bad comments, complaints about this particular brand online. And so the trust is eroded completely for that particular customer, for that consumer. And that has been on for a couple of times in the African society.
So what do you think is the biggest reason consumers are becoming more skeptical of brand promises?
If for some cases, there are no social proof. I do advise a lot of businesses, SMEs, and the likes that people rely more on what they can see from fellow humans like them, not necessarily your advertisements or your influencers campaign. They will believe you more when they can see their neighbor, they can see their colleagues at work, they can see their friends in church, in mosque, saying, oh, I ordered this item from this brand and they delivered as promised. Now, what brands need to do is to communicate that successful delivery. Mr. A ordered from us from K2 and we delivered as promised. So there are less of that in society, in the online marketplace, all right, where we have more adverts on the digital space and even on the traditional space as well, which a lot of consumers don't believe in that. A lot of consumers are not moved, to make purchases just based on what you've advertised. So businesses need to use more of social proof. What works, the success deliveries, what, the positive comments consumers and past customers made about your business. They need to tap into that and show the consumers more of that. That way, they will be able to gain trust. Because if I see my neighbor, make a positive comment about your brand, I'll be motivated to also, patronize your business as well.
How much of this trust deficit is being driven by digital marketing and the social media hype?
In the next 10 years, the next 20 years, as internet access it gets more penetrated in Africa, a lot of business transactions will be conducted online. Thanks to the development in the fintech space, for example, where payments can be facilitated on the online space. However, businesses need to also maximize the use of digital marketing because that can get them more reach than the traditional space. And so doing this will ensure that the positive messages that they need to push out there about their businesses, they can leverage on digital marketing tools to reach more targeted consumers, more targeted customers. And that way they can get value and they can begin to build trust. I used to tell people that you cannot over communicate, but you can under communicate. And so business needs to utilize every digital marketing tools available to reach their target customers, their target consumers, to push out their messages, their brand messages, and say, we are this is what we do, and we will deliver. That way trust can be built, and over time, the trust deficit can be reduced and completely eliminated.
Do you think brands are overpromising online and, under delivering in real life? And how damaging do you think that is?
Yeah, so for some brands, they are, eager to meet deadlines, eager to meet, the bottom line, eager to make sales, eager to make revenue. And so they tend to make unrealistic promises. Oh, in some cases, we'll buy two, get one more, or we're giving 50% discount, 70% discount. Just clickbait to get people to, get to purchase them. And most consumers, they just want what works, all right? They order for A, they want you to deliver A to them. And I think Nigerians and even Africans are not really too hard to impress. Just give us what we want, and then we'll trust you and we'll buy more. And so most brands do not focus on that. And again, most brands do not realize that when you successfully, get a customer, it is far, far easier to get a repeat patronage from that existing customer than you trying to attract a new customer entirely. So for brands who don't focus on satisfying that one customer per time, they usually lose out on the long game. So some brands don't look at the long term, all right, the effect of what they are doing. They are just looking at the short term. They just make a quick sale. It doesn't work that way. In the end, you're going to, because once that first transaction, I did not get satisfaction from that, interaction with your business, I'm not coming back again. So for most brands, they are short-sighted, all right? They overpromise, they are not consistent, customer service is poor, all right? Thanks to the AI tools and automation tools that are available now. But still, in fact, there was a recent example of a popular food delivery application here in Nigeria. They laid off some of their customer service staff because they bought into AI automation tools. But eventually they discovered that they need that human touch. So most consumers still need that human touch, all right? And eventually they still have to now start a new set of recruitment trying to get the human touch in their customer service delivery. So most customers don't focus on that. They just want to make a sale. They want to make, get their targets, and lose out on the long game. Because once customers do not trust your business, they are not coming back. So brands need to focus on the long term. How can we sustain? How can we attract the customer? And how can we ensure that the customer keeps coming back for more?
So has influencer marketing become more of a trust builder or a trust breaker in Africa?
Yeah, in a way, I would say 50-50. For some established brands in the market, for example, influencer marketing can be a bit skeptical, right? But for brands that are growing, for SMEs, for example, influencer marketing can enhance their brand acceptance, all right? There is an example of a small truck business SME somewhere in Lagos here, where an influencer visited, It was not even a paid engagement. She just happened to be in that area to patronize the business. And then she tweeted about it. She posted it on X. And our community, all right, were asking, where is this place? If you gave your word about it that it is good, then it is good. So for that particular SME, a lot of people from the post made by that influencer, they patronized that. And she made sales that she hasn't made in a year. She made it in a couple of weeks. That's influencer, that's due to the influence of that particular influencer. So that enhanced because she's a growing brand, right? But for established brands, it's a bit skeptical because we already experienced this particular brand, those established brands. And so there's really nothing an influencer is going to tell me about that brand, that established brand that I'm going to believe. But for a growing brand that I have not experienced before, I will give a thought. I will give a second to check out when I see a post or I see a message by an influencer about that growing brand. So that's why I said it's, a 50-50 thing. For an established brand, they just need to focus on their customer service delivery, and that will help their business. But for a growing brand, yes, they need influencers, credible influencers, that, actually engage the business. And then they share their story about the interaction they have with that business. And from there, they can build on that influence.
So when brands face public backlash or viral complaint, are African companies truly prepared to manage reputational crisis?
Yeah, I think for most companies, they are not prepared. What they do is a knee-jerk reaction. The management, it's a crisis, and they're asking, what do we do? They're calling an emergency. They're releasing press releases without anybody signing off those press releases, and it just becomes a chaos and a crisis situation. So for most brands and for most companies in Africa, most are not prepared. So it's advisable that they actually, be more proactive and envisage that yes, bad reviews will come, issues, we're going to have crisis, we're going to have issues, but how do we deal with these issues? And basically, the first thing is to, acknowledge the issues, the crisis, the situation, whatever the scale it is, acknowledge. Denying it does not solve it. Sweeping it under the carpet will not solve it, because in the end, a lot of investigative and online, offline journalists are everywhere. They will fish it out and then it will do more dirty to your brand and your business. So the first thing is to acknowledge it and then address the issues. Understand the root cause. If the customer complaint, it was a bad service delivery, understand it, and then take proactive steps to solve that particular issue. And then in all of this, communicate. Like I said earlier on, you cannot over-communicate as a business, as a brand, but you can under-communicate. So communicate each step, what you're doing about it. Carry every stakeholder along, the customer, the regulators, the media, communicate. Oh, we will acknowledge the situation. This is what we're doing about it. This is the root cause, and these are the steps we are taking. That way, you're going to get public sympathy. The stakeholders will, rally around and say, oh, we are not going to allow this business to go down. So they are sincere, and we're going to support them all the way to come out of this crisis.
Do you think PR and marketing can rebuild trust if the actual customer experience remains poor?
Yes, PR and marketing can actually build trust, yes, because the essence of PR basically is to build trust and mutual benefiting relationship between the business and the public. And so for brands out there, yes, they can utilize PR, and thanks to the digital innovation tools that are available now, they can come up with specific strategies to reach out to their target audiences, their target publics, and that way they can build trust over time, even with a bad customer service experience that consumers are experiencing with their brand. So yes, they can actually build trust using PR, digital marketing tools.
So how is data privacy and targeted advertising shaping the consumer mistrust today?
All right, so thankfully in Nigeria we have the regulation as regards customers' data, privacy, and all of that. Yes, some customers can develop some mistrust for some brands and organizations. Even personally myself, I sometimes wonder how did this organization get access to my data such that they're sending targeted marketing messages and all of that. So, but then I believe there are other ethical ways, for business to go about getting customers' data. You can do a lead generation campaign, for example, where you are offering something in exchange for customers' information. So brands do not need to do anything that's outside the ethics of what the regulators have actually provided in getting the customers' data. And then the importance of communication. When getting customers' data or access to customers, they communicate. Oh, we're giving you this offer in exchange for your information, and this is what we're going to use this information for. Do you consent? So brands need to be totally transparent. All right. It is usually the lack of transparency that causes, trust deficits. So brands need to be transparent and say, this is what we're going to be using the data for, as backed by law, as provided by law, and this is what we will not use your data for. So once that is clearly stated, and then they get the consent of customers or consumers to exchange their data, the level of deficit will be reduced and then the trust will be enhanced. So definitely, data privacy usually causes mistrust, but brands who are transparent and who communicate effectively and actually earn customers' trust by getting their data and information.
So if brands want to rebuild trust, what is the one mindset shift that they must have or they must make immediately?
Mindset shifts they must have is customers are king. All right? And then they must ensure that they prioritize communication with the customers, with the consumers. You cannot under-communicate. You cannot over-communicate rather, but you can under-communicate. So at every interaction, at every point that the customer gets to interact with business, communicate with the business, be clear in your communication. Clarity builds trust. All right. So in whatever interaction that every touch point the customer gets to interact with the business, communicate. All right, and be clear in your communication. That way you can build trust. Once the customer trusts, the brand, there will always be a repeat. And then the long-term goal of getting revenue, of hitting the targets, all of that will be achieved because there is trust in the business by the customer.
Looking ahead, what will separate brands that win consumer trust from those that continue to lose it? What separates them?
Yeah, so what will separate them will brands who prioritize the customers, who are clear, who are transparent in dealing with the customer. Brands who, I would like to use one, under promise for over deliver, right? Those brands will definitely stand out. Brands who do what they say they will do, as promised in all the brand messaging, those brands will stand out. From brands who do not care about the customers, brands who have human-centered customer service delivery. All right. AI automation is great, it's here, but it cannot replace the human touch. All right. Brands who prioritize all of that will definitely stand out.
Thank you so much for your time, Oludotun Oyeyemi. It was really good to have you on The Big Story. Oludotun Oyeyemi is a PR strategist. The Breakfast Show continues with the social listening segment. To stay with us.
Welcome. Let's discuss leading through AI and technological disruption. Technology has always changed how organizations operate. But the current wave, led by AI and automation, is changing something deeper. How leaders must think. The temptation is to treat AI as a technical project, something for IT or a task force or a vendor. But the most important questions are not technical. They are leadership questions. What work will still require distinctly human judgment? How will we redesign roles so that people are not competing with technology, but amplified by it? What ethical lines will we not cross, even if crossing them appears profitable? How will we prepare our teams, not just with skills, but with the mindset required for constant change? You can delegate tools and implementation. You cannot delegate the values, the boundaries, and the direction. In my conversations with senior leaders, those who navigate technological disruption well do one thing consistently. They take time to think slowly about the long-term implications before acting quickly. They ask, how will this technology change the way our customers live, decide, and trust? How will it change the way our people experience work? What kind of organization are we becoming if we fully embrace this? AI will not replace leaders, but it will expose the difference between leaders who think deeply and those who simply react. In seasons like this, your task is not just to adopt new tools. It is to provide the kind of steady, thoughtful leadership that gives your people confidence in the future you are building together.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
We're currently live here at the Balogun Market in Marina, where apparently some structures were brought down. Join us as we talk to some of these traders and know the reason for these demolishments.
I traveled down to East anyway. I traveled down to my village to see my parents. So unfortunately, I received a call that my space had been demolished. So I was like, what is the problem? What happened that they demolished my shop? They said that there's some, is it government task force or what, that come inside the premises and demolish the place without even a quick notice. How can they demolish someone's place without even a quick notice? Okay, let's assume that my people is not here to help me. I could have started this. They could have destroyed both my goods and my shop. I have stayed here more than 10 years. There is no issue here. We don't have the only issue that we have here is that once Loma come, they will give us information that maybe they are coming on so day to collect money for Loma. We'll contribute money for Loma and pay them. I call most of my colleagues here. They said they have met His Excellency Mr. Somolu. Then he now came down here, but they didn't really get things from him because he was driving. When they meet him in this secretariat, as in this government house, he drove down back. Then I don't think they meet him because they just say that he visited here. They now go back to where the fire incident occurred. So before they come back here, he left already. Oh. So they didn't really get actual strong word from him. But you can see now they are fencing all this place.
Yes.
It takes a lot of time. Once this place closed, I don't think we still have stand here again. So what they want us to do? Is it not street? They are sending us to street. If somebody that couldn't be able to hold himself, they can do otherwise. So they should. We are pleading. They should try and know what to do for us, please. At least we paid. We pay. Well, nobody that's staying here that is not paying. Actually, it's a car park, but there's a very the lot of shops they created here. Then we pay a very good sum of money, and some of us just paid. Some paid on November, some paid this December that just ended. So they should come to our rescue, please.
On the 31st of December 2025, the Lagos State Building and Control Agency came and they started demolishing our shop. They did not give us any notice. They did not present any order for the demolition. They just said it's order from above. That is what they told us. They give us, it was maybe hours, and not that they even give us hours, that they are destroying it from one end. So we are packing. Everybody was packing their goods. We went to the State House at Marina on I think that was Friday. That Friday should be on the 2nd of January 2026. We went there for peaceful protest, and luckily for us, we saw the governor on his way going out, and he stopped and attended to us, and he asked that what is the issue. We explained to him, and the governor assured us that we should be going. He's going to come down here. So I think as he was coming, he came here direct that day. So before we could come from the State House, the governor is already here. We did not know what the governor discussed with the LAPSCA agency working here on that very day, because before we came back here, the governor have already left. Although we submit our location and all our documents.
Come back to the social listening segment on the Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze, and I'm here with
Onyeka Valentine.
All right, so let's go straight into the conversations the Nigerians are engaging with online. Now, the first conversation gaining attention is the Nigerian Railway Corporation alleging the destruction and removal of railway fixed assets along its right of way in Ibadan Southwest local government area, Oyo State. In a statement on Tuesday in Lagos, NRC Managing Director Kayode Okpefa said the destroyed assets were valued at several million naira. He said rails, sleepers, signal posts, billboards, and fences belonging to NRC tenants along the corridor were destroyed and carted away, while police command officers resisted attempting to repel the action, forcing their withdrawal from the scene. Let's take a look at what Nigerians are saying about this. Now, the first reaction from Ola Falei, and he said, let the federal government, through the Nigerian Police Service, investigate and bring culprits to justice. The governor has immunity, but the local government chairman and any other person that took part do not. And if they are found guilty, that's ground for Sheyi to be indicted after office. Another reaction from Midday, and she said, tomorrow nobody should say all the investments are in Lagos. Other state governments go about destroying things when angry. I'm so sad about this. And finally for Mo, and he said, the Oyo state government must within 24 hours explain what happened. This is highly reprehensible and condemnable. The federal government must not allow this to slide. If true, all the perpetrators must be made to face the full wrath of the law. This is unacceptable.
Most
Bali, what do you
most
think
definitely
about this?
unacceptable from the highest, from the highest point. It is not something that normally I like to throw shades and bring some soft side to the matter. But in this case, it is straight to the point. Bullseye. Look, to each his own, we understand, but for what it is, no sacred cow when it comes to our, to government property, no sacred cow when it comes to
the local government
exactly
actually led the vandalism of this railway.
Exactly. I mean, so, but again, this what I'm about to say right now might come to you as a shock.
Yeah.
It is good that it has happened like this.
Okay, why?
What does it mean? It means that, you see, the idea of being radical, the idea of being irresponsible, right, is not far-fetched from anyone, especially those who are in politics, right? It shows that for what it is, now you understand when you see hoodlums behaving the way they behave, you see miscreants behave the way they behave, and you call them jobless youths. They are learning from people who are, their mentors. Because if such a man who is supposed to be holding public office, or such a man who is looked up to and held in high esteem, can actually, okay, or maybe be in the presence or within the ambience of this kind of situation, and we are seeing the destruction of government property, then for crying out loud sake, what would you now tell someone who obviously be passing by, see government pull on the floor, pick it up, put it and dive away? Will you stop him?
True. I totally agree with you.
So
I totally agree
it's a painful thing to see. Again, we hope that this kind of matter will not be swept under the carpet. Let federal government use this one as an example. And say,
even the state governments, because Shade should actually come out and investigate this as to why this is happening.
Most definitely.
Because it's really, like one of the tweets said, people will come out and say, oh, Lagos is a state that has this, that has that. Now, they've tried to actually do something, and then you're stealing from the one thing that they've tried to do. So I think it shouldn't be swept under the carpet, like you said.
It shouldn't. Yeah. It's a painful thing that we can have millions. This is the painful part. Taxpayers' money are put into this thing. So that's where infrastructures can move us from where we are to a better point. And we are seeing a regressive attitude. In other words, 10 steps forward, 20 steps backwards. Unacceptable.
All right, so let's look at this interesting one. I call it interesting because I'm looking forward to the lady involved in this to actually sell me a handbook so I can learn also.
Interesting.
Also, Senator Adams Oshimole is at the center of a social media storm following the emergence of viral footage showing the former Edo State governor giving a foot massage to an unidentified young woman aboard a private jet. The visual of the former Nigerian Labour Congress president, once known as the People's Comrade, enjoying such opulence has sparked accusation of gross insensitivity. I beg your pardon. Now, critics have pointed out the sharp contrast between Oshimole's billionaire lifestyle and his recent public claim that food prices in Nigeria have become too cheap. Let's take a look at how Nigerians are reacting to this. Of course, the first reaction reads, Nigerians are struggling to buy food, yet the same person saying food is now too cheap is relaxing on a private jet like this. No anger, no jealousy, just reality. When leaders are far from the pain of the people, they will never understand what hunger really feels like. Another one from Mazi, and it said, 1 minute you're lecturing about food prices, the next minute you're giving a food massage on a private jet. Politics in 2026 really comes with a side of disbelief and popcorn. And finally from ID, and it said, at the end of the day now, we'll have some Nigerians who will defend him. And another painful part is that these people have caused division amongst Nigerians to the point that we can't fight back. That's why they keep gaslighting us, stealing from us, and also rubbing it on our faces. Before you actually say, this morning, you were defending him. You said because he's old and he needs the young blood, he needs to, maybe, he felt like he wanted to use his hands to do something, he wanted to get busy with his hands, or the girl complained about her foot potting, and then we decided to, help her out. So when I saw the tweet that, the Nigerians were actually defend him, I thought about Onyeka Valentine.
I mean,
he defended Oshimole.
I'm glad that you know that me, I'm more or less like the prince of sarcasm. So, in my own way, when we were doing newspaper review, when I mentioned that area, you could see you could basically, feel the sarcasm in the air, and you could probably cut it with a knife and say, this is very thick. However, in the spirit of that same sarcasm, I will say this, truth be told, yes, he's a human being. Yes, he has, his own.
Forgive me, he's not married.
What? I'm heading somewhere.
Is he not married?
His marital status, leave it aside.
No,
I'm heading somewhere.
I don't know why we are skipping the parts where he's actually married to a very beautiful woman.
But truth be told, so his marital status and his married life, out of the mix. Let's not talk about the fact that he can say food has not become too cheap. Meanwhile, he's living the billionaire's life in his private jet. Now, we don't know, apart from, not we don't know, but leave it this way. So he has other businesses. If that made him a billionaire, that's his personal business. But for me, what's more important is the kind of message this will pass to people out there, which is one, you're supposed to be a role model. Again, out of the fact that he was in his private jet. Who even recorded itself? It's a private thing.
So I
recorded
think it was the lady that recorded
That's
it.
the point. So
I don't know, but I know
because I mean, so it says private jet. I know you call me a lawyer now. Was a private thing.
I don't understand. So you're not hitting, you're not talking about the main issue. Because
coming there now.
That tweet has said it's not about jealousy. I don't care that you're in a private jet. It's a sitting senator,
right.
and then he's caught cheating on his wife.
So let his wife respond to it. For me, I'm more worried about the fact that about the fact that look, people are hungry out there. Can we see more actions?
Public figure, there are certain things that I'm all about. Enjoy your life, live your life to the fullest. I'm one of the people who would not judge you for any decision that you make. I have no problem with him giving the girl a foot massage, but as a public figure, there are certain things that people look up to you. People actually see you, and then they have like a glimmer of hope. So there are certain things you shouldn't be caught doing.
Right.
Because why are you explain to me? It's the same thing catching a pastor. You saw the uproar about one of the top pastors in Nigeria, which is Tattoo and all of that. You saw how that actually created a chaos. It's not like it is wrong for him to, but it's because he's a pastor. Okay. People actually expect that, as a pastor,
some level of morals.
Do certain. No, it's not about morals. There's nothing immoral about it. They expect some level of, morals from you. So the picture of him putting his legs on the lady will just tell a normal Nigerian that, okay, you don't really care about us. All you care about is the life. You just want to enjoy yourself. Put your leg on a lady's lap, and then she can massage your foot for you, and everything is okay.
Well, let's wait for his wife to respond. So we'll now know if that probably is.
But if it was vice versa, if it was one sitting senator, or it was Natasha that had another man's leg on her lap, and she was massaging his leg, I'm sure we would not. 30 minutes would not be enough for us for social listening.
Well, thank God it's not Natasha.
Okay.
We spent 3 years talking about it.
Quickly, let's take a look at the third conversation that is gaining attention, and it is the death of the renowned American gospel singer, worship leader, and pastor Ron Kenoly, who died at the age of 81. His death was confirmed on Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026, triggering an outpouring of tributes from Christian music communities and worship leaders across the world. Kenoly was globally celebrated for his powerful live worship recordings and his influential role in shaping contemporary praise and worship music. His ministry and music resonated far beyond the United States, reaching churches across Africa, Europe, Asia, and Americas, where his songs became an integral part of modern worship service. Let's take a look at what netizens are saying about his death. From Dr. Yoni, and he said Ron Kenoly wasn't just a singer, he was a global worship leader who taught generations that praise can be joyous, powerful, and deeply reverberant. His legacy will echo forever, I must agree. And also another one from Maki Bell, and she said, oh no, rest in peace, Ron Kenoly. Thank you for giving us good music that brought the family together. I remember my dad always playing his music in the living room. And finally, from David Emmanuel, and he said, rest in peace, Evans Gain. This man is an epitome of inspiration in his songs. May God grant him eternal rest. I must say, he really lived a full life.
Ron Kenoly. So rest in peace. Yeah. So rest in peace.
I'm surprised you know him, though.
Of course. I mean, most of us, had to get up in the morning, playing his music, you
do that?
Of course. I mean, that was in the 90s,
But not anymore.
Well, things have changed, but even like that, we still hear his song, and we want to send some praise along. It's funny that the new generation right now believe that they can, reach out to the divine without some certain kind of melody. But I think he was
a great guy. Masterclass on that.
Most definitely. But I think he's a great guy. He was a great guy. So rest in peace. A lot of people will obviously miss him, and we say. Had to go out to his family, really. Of course. 81, is that a full
I think he did.
Life around the world?
I tell people that once you actually hit that 70 mark, you've lived a fulfilled life. Especially in Nigeria, you are a human being, and you were able to get to 70 in Nigeria.
Right.
Come on, you've lived a good life.
I think people,
so 81 for me is actually good. I don't call living a good life when you have to burden the people around you. You're 85, 90, you can't even really move around.
So everything boils down to lifestyle. If you want to have a great old age, be careful what you eat, how you what you consume, and how you're young, be more involved in exercise and
I
everything.
think age is still age. When it comes at you, it comes at you. Lifestyle just helps you, navigate and follow through.
Our heart go out to him.
Yeah,
go out to the family.
Yeah. All right, these are the stories Nigerians are talking about today. Thank you for watching the social listening segment on the Business Day television. We've come to the end of the breakfast show. Thank you for sticking with us from 8 a.m. up till this time. My name is Deborah Eze.
And I'm Onyeka Valentine.
All right, join us next time.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture operating on the petroleum mining leases 53 and 54 has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I like that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fishan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank
first E&P for this bright opportunity, because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey's scholarship program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour, reaching you live from Business Day Television. I am Norma Obuna, and now the headlines. NUPRC blames fragmented policies for Africa's unexploited 180 TCF gas. Nigeria secures $18.2 billion oil investment, 28 field plans. Nigeria PMI slips below 50 as orders stall. Standard Chartered outlines 2026 investment outlook for Nigeria. We begin today's business news in Nigeria, where the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, also known as NUPRC, says more than 180 trillion cubic feet of discovered natural gas across Africa remains untapped, largely due to fragmented markets and unaligned fiscal and regulatory frameworks. Speaking at the Nigerian International Energy Summit in Abuja, NUPRC Chief Executive Orishe Yewa Eyesan, represented by Director Edui Yang, called for stronger regulatory alignment across the continent. Eyesan highlighted the African Petroleum Regulators Forum as a key platform for harmonizing policies, improving predictability, and accelerating cross-border energy investment. She warned that inconsistent regulations continue to discourage investors, stressing that Africa's challenge is not geology, but policy inconsistency. Eyesan noted that with vast oil, gas, and critical mineral reserves, coordinated policies and integrated infrastructure are essential to drive industrialization, strengthen energy security, and unlock inclusive economic growth across Africa. Moving on, Nigeria recorded a major investment milestone in 2025 with approval of 28 new field development plans valued at $18.2 billion, carrying an estimated production potential of 1.4 billion barrels of oil. The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Henikin Lokpobori, disclosed this in Abuja at the opening of the 9th Nigeria International Energy Summit 2026, describing Nigeria as Africa's top destination for oil and gas investments. Lokpobori noted that 4 of the 7 major final investment decisions announced across Africa between 2024 and 2025 were secured by Nigeria, reflecting renewed investor confidence. He attributed the gains to reforms driven by the Petroleum Industry Act, improved governance, and clearer fiscal and regulatory frameworks. The minister added that initiatives such as Project 1 Million Barrels has lifted crude production to between 1.7 and 1.83 million barrels per day, signaling Nigerians' return to the global energy investment map. And meanwhile, Nigeria's private sector recorded a cautious start to 2026 as business conditions softened slightly, according to the Stanbic IBTC Bank Nigeria Purchasing Managers Index released on Monday. The headline PMI fell to 49.7 in January, down by 53.5 in December, slipping below the 50-point threshold that separates expansion through contraction and indicating a mild deterioration in activity. The slowdown was driven by stagnating new orders, ending a 14-month growth streak, while output growth eased sharply after a strong finish in 2025. Sector data showed weakness concentrated in wholesale, and retail trade, although agriculture, manufacturing and services continued to expand, keeping overall conditions broadly stable. Commenting on the report, Stanbic IBTC's head of equity research, Muyiwa Oni, said seasonal demand weakness weighed on activity, but maintained optimism, projecting 4.1% economic growth in 2026 as demand recovers and reforms gain traction. And also, Standard Chartered Bank Nigeria Limited has expressed optimism about Nigeria's economic outlook for 2026, citing improving growth prospects despite lingering global uncertainties. The bank made this known at its 2026 Global Market Outlook event, which brought together clients and industry experts to assess global financial trends and their implications for Nigeria. Speakers from Standard Chartered, including Manpreet Gill, Lanre Olajide, and so many others, shared insights on markets dynamics, economic shifts, and wealth building strategies. Manfred Gill advised investors to remain overweight equities, pursue attractive yields through diversified bonds, and prioritize asset class diversification amid ongoing volatility. Standard Chartered projects GDP growth of 4.3 to 4.4% in 2026, driven by services and a potential oil sector recovery, while reaffirming confidence in Nigeria's long-term economic potential. Moving on, government securities now account for about 11% of Nigeria's banks' total assets, underscoring years of constrained credit extension and a sustained tilt towards low-risk sovereign instruments, according to a new bank sector outlook by S&P Global. The ratings firm said the rising exposure has increased bank sensitivity to sovereign-related shocks. However, the risk is expected to ease gradually as lending to the real economy improves and macroeconomic conditions stabilize. It added that the close link between banks and the sovereign should moderate as credit growth gradually picks up, fiscal deficit scenario and economic conditions improve. In its Nigerian banking outlook for 2026, the firm noted that despite regulatory headwinds, tighter capital requirements, and easing interest rates, Nigerian banks are expected to remain resilient and maintain positive profitability over the medium term. It said banks' holdings of government securities have increased in recent years due to limited credit extension, and that this growth exposure heightens vulnerability to sovereign-related shocks. Still on, the federal government has proposed a 3.6 trillion naira deduction from the Federation account to fund electricity subsidies between 2026 and 2028, aiming to share the cost across federal, state, and local governments. The proposal contained in the medium-term expenditure framework fiscal strategy paper for 2026-2028 is designed to address rising subsidy liabilities that have strained liquidity within Nigeria's power sector. And on the other plan, electricity subsidy payments are set at 1.2 trillion naira annually for 2026, 2027, and 2028, with transfers to the Nigerian Bulk Electricity Trading PLC clearly outlined. Speaking on the policy shift, Budget's Office Director General Taminu Yakubu said President Bola Tinubu directed that subsidy costs be made explicit, tracked, and fairly shared. Yakubu added that from 2026, electricity subsidies will no longer be treated as an open-ended federal obligation, stressing that transparent funding is critical to stabilizing the power sector and preventing future fiscal risks. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll bring you more updates at the Business News Hour. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to the Business News Hour here on Business Day Television. The Lagos State government has pledged $2 million to the Water Cities project, positioning it as a framework for regenerating the Makoko waterfront settlement. The announcement was made by Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Benga Omotosho, and Special Advisor on EGRS and Urban Development, Babatunde Olajide, according to the news agency of Nigeria. The funding follows recent demolitions in Makoko and other communities, which the government described as part of a broader urban renewal and safety-driven program. Olajide said the Water Cities project represents the most environmentally sustainable approach adopted after experts advised against shoreline extension. Makoko, a sensitive community with global recognition, is being redeveloped in consultation with residents, with interventions prioritizing environmental standards, international best practices and safety, including clearing areas under high-tension power lines. The initiative forms part of Lagos State's ongoing urban regeneration strategy, which has been consistent development and renewal projects across the state since 2019. And away from that story, Africa is set for a major boost in oil and gas investment with the establishment of the African Energy Bank, which aims to mobilize $10 billion to support strategic energy projects across the continent. The announcement was made by APPO Secretary General Farid Ghizali at the opening of the 9th Nigeria International Energy Summit 2026 in Abuja, highlighting the need for regional cooperation and aligned financing. Phase 1 of the initiative will focus on Nigeria, Angola, and Libya, targeting upstream, midstream, and downstream developments to unlock stalled projects and attract global investors. Ghizali stressed that Africa currently exports about 70% of its crude oil and 45% of its natural gas, losing an estimated $15 billion annually in local value creation due to high financing costs and fragmented markets. The African Energy Bank, set to launch in early 2026, is designed to provide structured financing, access to global capital, regional price standardization, and create 500,000 direct jobs, positioning Africa as a hub for sustainable energy development. Moving on, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG, has projected real GDP growth of 5.5% for 2026, contingent on full implementation of the federal government consolidation phase for its economic transformation roadmap. This marks a notable improvement from the 3.8 growth recorded in 2025, according to NSG's latest macroeconomic outlook. Dr. Tayo Aduloju, NESG's chief executive, says Nigeria enters 2026 at a critical juncture with easing inflation and stabilizing foreign exchange, signaling a break from past crisis conditions. He cautioned, however, that policy consistency and effective implementation are essential to prevent fragile gains from being eroded. The report highlights inflation's decline from 34.8% in December 2024 to 14.5% in November 2025, the lowest since May 2022, forecasting further moderation to 16% in 2026 under optimum consolidation measures. NESG noted improvements in the foreign exchange market, with the naira stabilizing at 1,505 naira per dollar and reserves rising to $45.5 billion, alongside S&P Global upgrading Nigeria's sovereign rating to positive. Sectoral performance remains uneven, with services leading growth 60.4%, followed by industry and agriculture, underscoring the need for diversified expansion. And in the foreign investment scene, the United Arab Emirates is targeting Nigeria as a prime destination for multi-billion-dollar investments across agriculture, technology, infrastructure, mining, and trade. Officials say at Investopia Africa 2026 in Lagos. Mohammed Al-Suwadai, UAE's Minister of Investment, acknowledged that Gulf capital remains unexposed to Africa's largest economy, noting opportunities ranging from hundreds of millions to several billions of dollars, depending on sector readiness, regulatory clarity, and credible local partners. Al-Suwadai also highlighted that successful deployment depends on markets understanding and the ability to identify reliable private and public sector partners rather than trust issues. Dr. John Fares, CEO of Investopia, says the UAE connectivity, digital infrastructure, and credible financial systems make it an ideal hub for Nigerian businesses to access markets across Asia, Europe, and beyond, reinforcing the UAE's role as a global investment and trade bridge. The trade between the UAE and Nigeria reached $4.3 billion in non-oil commodities in 2025, and officials anticipate growth as private sector engagement drives deals and capital flows. And on to the next story. Fintech operators in Nigeria are calling on the Central Bank of Nigeria to clearly define permissible cryptocurrency activities for licensed institutions, citing regulatory uncertainty as a barrier to innovation and investment. The concerns were highlighted in the CBN's newly released Fintech report, published Monday, which draws on stakeholder surveys, workshops, and roundtables across the country. The report notes that while fintechs increasingly recognize the potential of crypto assets for financial inclusion, cheaper cross-border payments, and new digital markets, ambiguity around regulations limits institutional participation. Stakeholders recommended a risk-based, activity-focused regulatory framework, clarifying permissible activities such as custody, tokenization, and stable coins, rather than imposing blanket restrictions to balance innovation with oversight of consumer and systemic risks. The report also emphasizes the need for clearer guidance on consumer protection, including fraud prevention and price volatility, warning against treating all crypto activity as illicit while managing associated risks responsibly. And now to end the business news hour, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, also known as EFCC, arraigned Victor Ekbong Thompson before the Federal Court of Inuyo for alleged defrauding several U.S. citizens of $525,276 through a purported investment scheme. The commission disclosed the development via its official X account on Monday. Thompson faces 8 counts of obtaining money by false pretense linked to supposed investment in mineral resources and a deep-sea port project. Victims including Tammy Jensen, Peter Jensen, and Kenneth Bald reportedly transferred funds between April and December 2024. According to EFCC, Thompson presented himself as an investment facilitator, convincing victims to commit funds to projects later found to be fictitious. One charge alone alleges he obtained $213,000 under the guise of joint investments. And Thompson pleaded not guilty while charges were read. The prosecution requested a trial date and urged the courts to remand him, while the defense sought bail, which the prosecution opposed. Justice Maureen Adobe adjourned the matter to March 19th, 2026 for a ruling on bail and the commencement of trial, ordering Thompson remanded at the EFCC detention facility in Uyo. And that brings the end of today's Business News Hour Bulletin. My name is Norma Obuna. Thank you for joining us, and keep watching Business Day Television for the latest updates, in-depth analysis and insights, of course, chasing the business world.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
It's not generally about eating too much or the urge to download every food. Sometimes it's eating the wrong portion. In a society where we see large plates of food as a symbol of enjoyment, and turning it to how fat our accounts are, we tend to gain some unhealthy weight without knowing it. Welcome to Health Matters, your number one guide to health and wellness. I am Amanda Emosigwe. If I say it's a growing public concern, I honestly will not be overreaching because that is what obesity has become, with up to 35% of adults estimated to be overweight. The rate of obesity seems to be on a steady rise, with the prevalence rising annually by 4.9% in adults and 8.3% in children. Joining us to understand the concept of portion control and the reason for the rampant obesity cases, giving us undiluted truth, is Gene Asagwa, a certified nutritionist and nutrition educator. Welcome, Esio.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me here today.
I love to jump into the topic quickly. So I also love to start with the basics for our viewers. So what really is obesity and how can one tell they are obese?
All right. So, contrary to popular opinion, obesity is not where a person has excess body fat and increases their risk of health problems like diabetes, like hypertension, and increases their risk of getting cancer. And the way to identify if you're obese, the generally accepted way, is through using the BMI scale. So if your BMI is over 30, then you are generally considered to be obese.
So, bringing me to BMI, I remember, I think just right after, in between like my final papers, I signed up to the gym. And they were taking my weight, my height, and they calculated everything. For me personally, maybe I felt a little bit off, but I was feeling good. I wasn't looking so big. And then my BMI was high. So now the concept of BMI, is it certain and is it generally accepted? Like if your BMI, like you said, is more than 30, is it stamped that yes, it's more than 30, so you're obese? Is it generally accepted?
Well, yes, BMI is the generally accepted starting point for identifying obesity in Nigeria. However, it shouldn't be used alone. The reason why it's used is because it is simple, first and foremost, it is low cost, and it is very practical for clinics or community settings. There are more advanced ways of determining if a person is obese or not, but these machines are not readily available. So we use BMI, because like I said, it's very simple and it's very low cost. But BMI has a lot of limitations that matter, especially within the Nigerian context. Number one is that it doesn't show where fat is stored. It just shows that you're heavy, and that is it. It may be fat, it may be muscle, it may be water. It does not distinguish and differentiate between the different components. And a lot of Nigerians also have normal BMI, right? But they have high abdominal belly fat. So it's not necessarily a good measure of health, but because of the fact that it is simple, low cost, and very efficient, that is the generally accepted method of measuring obesity in Nigeria.
Okay, so okay, thank you very much for that. It makes me feel good. So back to the first question, talking about obesity, can it be hereditary?
Well, yes, genetics can increase the risk of obesity, but it doesn't guarantee it. What your genes will do is to influence your appetite, influence your metabolism, how well and how fast you break down food and build back up food. It also influences how you store fats, but it doesn't necessarily decide where you're going to be obese or not. It can influence the factors around it, but it's not a definite predecessor of obesity. It just determines whether you are susceptible to it. But ultimately, it's your environment and your lifestyle that determine whether these genes are expressed. They are there, but you have to be the one to express them through your lifestyle and environment.
Okay, so as a journalist who aims to educate people, right? That's the reason for health matters. So let me understand something. When we're speaking about BMI, your bone structure, does it already predetermine your physique? Does it, there are skinny people, there are thick people. So is your bone structure a predetermining factor to how skinny or slim you are? Or do you think that it still works in the same way? Do you think some people were created to be slim, skinny, thick, and obese? And if this, if your bone structure actually predetermines your physique, you being created to be slim, skinny, thick, obese, doesn't this cause like a major flaw in this BMI calculation and the concept of weight gain and weight loss?
Well, yes, thank you very much for that question. That's a very, very important question. I love answering. Now, your bone structure affects your frame size. It doesn't affect obesity. Obesity is excess it's not your bone mass or your body mass. People may not frame that is what their bone structure. That BMI has limitations, and this is what I mean. For a tall person means heavier bones, right? So BMI is not very, very effective for a lot of tall people. But your bone structure just affects your frame size. It's not really connected to obesity. She says that obesity has to be fats and not necessarily just weight and your body size.
Now, thank you very much, because now I believe I'm satisfied with the answers of BMI. So let's take some steps back to the issue at hand. Why do a lot of people still feel very hungry after so much calorie intake? I mean, like, what happens in the mind and the body to make them so hungry? Okay, let's take a quick break. We're still talking with Esiogene Asagba, who is a certified nutritionist, and believe me, she is spitting facts on the case of obesity, BMI, and portion control. We'll be back. Hey, thank you for staying with us. This is still Health Matters, your number one guide to everything health and wellness. So I was asking a question, Essay. I said we are taking it back to the issue at hand. Why do a lot of people, despite having so much calorie intake, still feel hungry? What happens in the mind and in the body that makes them hungry, despite eating a large quantity of food?
Okay, so this one mistake a lot of people make. Calories do not satisfy hunger. Calories are only a measure of energy. It just let you know how much energy is in the food, how much energy your body needs, and how much energy you are expending, right? It has nothing to do with nutrients. And so, because of that, they don't influence satisfaction. They don't influence whether you're going to feel full or not. You can consume 1,000 calories, but if those calories don't have enough protein or enough fat or enough carbohydrates, you are not going to feel full. And the key is knowing what kind of food influence satiety and which ones don't. So, for example, let's say our ultra processed foods, your sugary drinks, your quick snacks, these foods digest quickly because they are lacking in fiber. And so, because it digests quickly, your body doesn't register it as food. You don't feel satisfied after eating it. They can contain a good amount of calories, but they don't contain nutrients. And it's nutrients that make you feel satisfied. If you're taking a particular food that is low in protein or low in fiber, the same thing will happen to you. You will not feel satisfied. You may feel full. You may feel like, yes, I've eaten something, but you still feel that hunger because you are not satisfied. Protein is the highest satiating nutrient, meaning that's why we encourage people to take as much protein as you can. Protein is that nutrient that when you add to your food, it will make you feel satisfied. It will make you feel fuller for a longer period of time. Another factor is stress and poor sleep. This combination of factors, you are very stressed and you're not sleeping well, it will disrupt your hunger hormone. So you think that tell your brain that, oh, we are full, or oh, we are still hungry. When you are not sleeping well and when you're very stressed, they can get mixed up. Your body doesn't get the signals on time. You know in your heart of heart that you have eaten enough, but your brain doesn't register it because nothing ever got to your brain that you are full. So that's another factor. The last factor is something called eating too fast. And when you're eating too fast, it prevents those signals again from reaching the brain. You know, your body doesn't register the fact that you have eaten. So yes, your stomach is full, but to your brain, you never ate. That's why we encourage people to eat mindfully. Take your time with your food. Don't rush it. It also helps you to, stay fuller for a longer period of time.
Okay, that's I have heard about eating too fast, but you have broken it down. It hasn't been this in depth to me, so that was really lovely. Now we're talking about obesity and portion control. So speaking solely on portion control, is it possible to lose weight without counting calorie and just adjusting our portion size? Does it really work?
Definitely, because like I mentioned the last time, calories just measure energy. One thing that portion control will do for you is that it already naturally reduces your calorie intake. But what makes it better is the fact that portion control takes your food groups into consideration. If you're doing calorie intake, you can be taking 500 calories, and 500 calories can be two bottles of Coke. But you are taking low calories, right? But when it comes to portion control, it ensures that you're taking the specific amount, the right amount of your food groups. Portion control helps you take the right amount of carbohydrates, the right amount of protein, the right amount of vegetables, of fiber. So if you are doing portion control, you are naturally reducing your calorie intake without tracking numbers. And it's also less obsessive. Some people don't know this, but calorie intake, constantly counting calories, can be very, very obsessive. And it can even be considered as an eating disorder. Yes, a lot of people don't know that, but if you are so obsessed with counting every single calorie that comes in and goes out, it can be an eating disorder. So that's why we encourage portion control. Portion control already does all the work without you having to think too much or having to obsess. And it's also more sustainable in Nigerian food settings because in Nigeria, we don't have standard portion size. We don't have standard measurements for food. We don't really have our food composition numbers. They're not really updated. So if you're counting calories, it may be inaccurate. But when it comes to portion control, we are already doing all the work without having to do so much. So it's a very, very easy way to lose calories, to lose weight, and also reduce calories just by doing portion control.
So, I had a question, in mind. Immediately you were saying something. On these bottles and these sachet of snacks and bread that we see, can we really trust these calories that are listed for us? Are they standard? Do you think, as a nutritionist, do you think we can trust what is written on these sachets?
Yes, definitely you can trust them because they've gone through so much standardization. But the issue is that a lot of people don't know how to read labels. A lot of time, what's written on the labels is not, let's say, the complete calories. You always have to look at the right things. So when they say that these numbers are here are per 100 grams of this food. So if you're buying a particular snack or something that is 200 grams, you look at the calories, see that the numbers here are per 100 grams. Whatever is written there, you have to multiply it by 2. A lot of people don't know that. You think that that's just what's written there. People don't know how to read labels. But as far as I'm concerned, the labels are usually very accurate. They've gone through a lot of testing and standardization. But we need to know how to read and interpret these labels.
Thank you for actually satisfying that. So from your explanation, you mentioned that a lot of Nigerians will fall under normal BMI range, although you might have some people falling under the normal BMI range, but then they have like they have excess belly fat. So now for these people, for us who have this normal BMI range, how can we tell if we're unhealthy?
Yes, so it's possible to be unhealthy and fall within the normal BMI range. BMI just takes into account your height and your weight. Are you too heavy for your height? Are you not heavy enough for your height? That is all BMI will do for you, to be very honest. But there are other indicators of health. You have, like I said, your belly fats, your physical activity. Are you very active? You have your blood sugar, your blood pressure. BMI doesn't give you the full health picture. So if you have a normal BMI, you still need to go and take further tests. Test your blood sugar, check your blood pressure. How physically active are you? If you are of normal BMI range and you're very sedentary, you don't move around a lot, you are unhealthy. It doesn't matter if you have normal weight or not, you are unhealthy. If you're having a poor diet, you're not taking enough protein, enough fiber, enough carbohydrates, and your BMI is normal, you are still unhealthy. BMI just lets you know if you are heavy enough or not heavy enough for your height. It is not doesn't paint the full health picture. So you still need to take conscious effort to go and run tests at the hospital, check your blood levels, check your nutrient levels. These are the things that let you know if you are truly completely healthy or not. You should not rely on BMI alone. BMI is just one of the many things, the main things you need to be checking for. So you can yes have a normal BMI and be unhealthy because there are certain factors that you have not taken into consideration.
So I love Nigerian food. I mean, it's a vast taste board. But do you think the extravagance of Nigerian food, from rice to swallow, the pounded yams, the culture of late night eating, and there's a thing where you eat one meat, or the largest portion of meat is reserved for the elders. Do you think like having limited protein, and even to like the sizes of plates that we use, the bowls, do you think it has in a way designed itself to make us an obese society?
Well, this is also one of my favorite topics. I like to start by saying that Nigerian foods are very healthy. What makes it healthy is that even a small amount has a lot of nutrients and a lot of energy. Nigerian foods are very nutrient dense and very energy dense. Our problem is that we don't know how to eat our foods. Now, people like to use this defense of, oh, our forefathers ate this food and they were healthy and all of that. The forefathers were most likely not eating 3 times a day. Nigerian foods are what we call a little goes a long way. You don't need so much of it to get all the nutrients and energy you need in a day. So that's why portion control needs to come into play. You understand that a little of our food can give us all the energy, all the nutrients you need to take you for a while. And so if you're someone that wants to be eating 3 times a day, you cannot be taking your ancestors' portion size and have that multiplied by 3. We need to understand how our food works. And that's why when it comes to our food culture, we are very, very big on our carbohydrate, on our starches. We are so used to taking large amounts of rice, right? Zero vegetables, and one tiny invisible meat. So we need to flip that. Now we need to reduce our carbohydrate intake. Carbohydrate is very, very important for you, but we don't need as much as we already currently take. So when I tell people that we are taking your swallow, it's just one fixed size. They like to shout that this is going to be this is not going to be enough, but it's actually will be if you combine it with the right things. So for example, we are taking swallow. You have one fist size of ever. You take it with vegetable soup, you have a lot of vegetables on your plate. That will make you full. It's make you even fuller for a longer period of time than when you take more eba with little soup. And then you have your protein. So have enough meat in your food, not those very tiny 29 invisible ones. No, have enough meat on your plate. So when you are combining these factors, employing portion control into our food and how we eat, you are going to be on a very, very good path when it comes to nutrients because our foods are very, very nutrient dense. So it's just about us changing our mindset and be willing to learn and accept new things. We should not demonize our food is so good. In fact, it's way better than a lot of Western foods. We just need to be open to understanding how our meals work and how best to take it. Something that our food can set us to be an obesogenic society. I think they can, but it doesn't make obesity inevitable. We need to just watch our portions, increase our intake of vegetables and protein. Like you said, late night eating is kind of a culture here, so we need to reduce that. Our plate sizes, I think to be more conscious about the plate size and how we portion our food. So the issue is portion balance. It is not Nigerian food in any way. We just need to understand how our food works and make it work for us.
Just you said something about protein, and I know how important it is. But for a society that 77,000 naira is the minimum wage, and some people are even blessed to have that 77,000 naira, how then do the rest people, the ones earning even 100,000 naira, how then do you say, I want to eat healthy, I want to have more protein in my meals? How does that journey actually work?
Yeah, so this is a very, very important question. Unfortunately, Nigeria doesn't make it a healthy lifestyle and employ a healthy diet. But when we talk about protein, I think Nigerians have this thing where we like to overdo things. And this is a fight I've had very recently. When people say, oh, take more protein, we don't mean fill your whole place with protein or take 6 eggs or take 200 grams of meat. Just having one egg in your meal is fine. You can have fish. Protein is not just egg, meat, chicken. There are also plant sources of protein. You can get protein from granules. You can get protein from egusi. You can get protein from spinach. There are other sources of protein that may not be as expensive. You adding crayfish to your food is you adding protein to your food. So you don't have to, take 6 eggs, half a plate of eggs, or take a full fish before you know that yes, you're taking protein. Just having a good sizable amount is very fine. And you don't have to be meeting 100 grams of protein or all those other fit farm calculations. Just make conscious effort to at least have 1 egg at least. Drink milk. That's you already taking enough protein, to be very honest. You don't need so much. We don't need to overdo it. So just taking those small simple steps to add protein to our diet. Using the more affordable options, egusi, crayfish, granules, eggs, milk. You need to go for the very, very expensive ones. Those are also ways of including protein in your diet. Soya beans, tofu. Yes, those are also sources of very, very good sources of protein.
Much. I guess it's time for me to like stack up on the granules. So now for someone who is currently obese, how do they start their portion control journey? I mean, like, what's the first realistic step they should take in fixing their portion controls, and how long will it take to yield results with or without exercise?
Okay, so when it comes to weight loss, it is, I like to call it a lifestyle journey. It's not a quick fix. It's something that you keep doing. It's something that you have to just keep doing. There's no set days for you to get results, and it's so different for everybody. But my first advice is always to start small and start practical. You don't wake up one day and cut out everything from your diet or start running 10 kilometers. You need to build small actionable steps that will lead up to this. So start by building sustainable habits. Start by drinking more water. If you're taking 1 bottle of water in a day, increase it to two. Reduce your plate size. That one thing that helps, reducing your plate size, because there's a way your mind works where if you're having a small plate but it's full, right? Your body sees that they have eaten enough. Another thing is to increase vegetable intake. So one good way to reduce food intake is to just feed the rest with vegetables. Vegetables will make you full very fast and for a longer period of time, and they also have a lot of nutrients. Another thing is to, like I said, eat slowly, eat without distractions. Some of us like to, watch one nice Netflix movie as you are eating. These are things that actually affect your brain, registering the fact that you are eating. Eat without distraction. And the most important thing is to not be extreme. Like I said, we like to overdo things. Don't be extreme when it comes to your diet. You don't need to go on one 10 days liquid fast, or you're not eating anything for the next 2 days, or not. There's so many extreme things. All those things don't work. If you lose weight very fast, you will gain it back very fast. That is how it works. So you need to be very, very consistent. You need to be consistent. Consistency over intensity. Doing small, actionable steps every single day will yield better results than you just waking up one day and just changing your life 360. It will not work. You will burn out very fast and you'll come back to the same way you started. So be consistent, don't chase perfection, and employ exercise. Exercise doesn't have to be going to the gym and lifting weights. You can start by walking, by skipping, then maybe you running, doing core exercises before you now start, going weekly. So you need to be consistent and take it easy on yourself. The results will not come immediately. You will not lose 10 kg in a month. Anybody promise you to lose 10 kg in a month is lying to you. It will be very, very, very gradual. It can be frustrating, but once you're consistent, you tend to see results, consistently also.
This has been such an exciting conversation. But finally, Essay, as a nutritionist, what is the biggest lie that is being told about portion control? The biggest lies and myths, concerning the concept of weight loss and weight loss products.
All right, okay. So this is very popular one. And people think that when you mention portion control, it means eating tiny, tiny food or starving yourself. No, your food doesn't have to be tiny. It just means you knowing how to add your carbohydrates, how to put your vegetables, how to put your protein, how to make everything work. That's portion control. Portioning each food group. I mean, yeah, something may reduce, but it doesn't mean that eating like the food of a baby. No. Another thing is that people believe that weight loss products melt fats. There's nothing that can make you melt fats. It doesn't work that way. You burn fats by expending more calories, expending energy. That's how your body burns fats. Another thing is people that sell weight loss teas or weight loss pills or weight trainers. None of these things work. One thing about weight loss products is that they make you go to the toilet more frequently. That's how they work. And people believe that, oh, if you're going to toilet frequently and losing fat, you're not losing fat, you're losing water. See somebody looking smaller after using weight loss products is because they are dehydrated, not that they have lost weight. There's a very big difference. So that's how weight loss products work. They are not effective. People also believe that you have to cut out carbs completely. Carbohydrates are the most important nutrient. You should not cut out carbohydrates. You will faint. Carbohydrates provide energy, and they do so much more than even provide energy. Your metabolism, your hormones, they all rely heavily on you taking carbohydrates. And people think that, oh, I'm cutting out carbs, but I'm eating vegetables. Vegetables are carbohydrates. Fruits are carbohydrates. Milk is carbohydrates. So you cannot cut out carbohydrates. It doesn't work that way. The key is just to reduce the portion and you'll be fine. And another thing, the last thing that people believe that sweating means that you're losing fat. Sweating doesn't mean you are losing fat. If you exercise and you're sweating, like, yes, I've burnt calories. Sweating just means that your body is trying to pull itself down because you are doing intense exercise. It's not fat melting out of your body. So those are the most common myths and the most common lies about weight loss and portion control.
Hey, thank you so much, Esther Ogenias. I've had such a good laugh and I have also been really enlightened. So thank you so much for joining us on Health Matters today. Yeah. Okay, so if there is one thing you should take from this, it is that it is consistency over intensity. Learn how much your body actually needs, and you can take back control of your health. For questions on this topic or previous ones, don't forget to send a DM to healthmattersbdtv.ng@gmail.com or leave a comment. It's a new month, and I am Amanda Imosibue saying regulate those food portions, stay safe, stay healthy, and keep watching Business Day television.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is the Business Day TV Midday Bulletin coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Naira hits record high of 1,372.91 Naira per dollar without CBN inflow. Naira mutual funds surge 140% as dollar bets cool. Senate to hike FG's shares of Federation revenue. Nigeria now global reference for steady, credible reform leadership, says World Bank. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Norma Obuna. Now the news in full. The Naira on Tuesday surged to a record high of 1,372.91 Naira to the dollar in official foreign exchange markets without intervention from the Central Bank of Nigeria, reflecting a shift towards a more market-driven currency framework. Data from the CBN showed the Naira gained 17.45 Naira, appreciating by 1.3% from Monday's closing rate of 390.36 Naira at the Nigerian foreign exchange market, while intraday day trading saw the dollar dip as low as 1,360 Naira before closing at 1,367 Naira per dollar. And at the parallel market, the Naira remained steady at 1,450 Naira per dollar, leaving a gap of 77.09 Naira between the official and unofficial rates. Foreign portfolio inflows into Nigeria were dominated by fixed income investors, with bonds accounting for nearly half of total inflows during the period. Data from Coronation Securities Limited showed foreign portfolio investment in fixed income stood at $0.31 billion, representing a 48.24% of total inflows, underscoring sustained offshore appetite for high-yield Naira assets amid improved market liquidity. And moving on, Naira-dominated mutual funds surged by about 140% in 1 year as investor appetite shifted away from dollar assets, signaling renewed confidence in local currency investments. Dollar-dominated mutual funds recorded slower growth, rising by 12% from 1,708 billion Naira in 2024 to 1,920 billion Naira by November 2025. Naira-dominated mutual funds also expanded sharply, growing by about 140% from 2,289 billion to 5,480 billion over the same period. The relocation reflects renewed confidence in Naira assets and a cautious recalibration of risk by investors amid improving economic conditions. Still on, the Senate on Tuesday initiated legislative steps to amend relevant provisions of the 1999 Constitution to enable an upward review of the revenue allocation formula in favor of the federal government. Under the existing formula, the federal government receives 52.68% of federally collated revenue, while the 36 states shares 26.72% and 774 local government cantons receive 20.60%. The bill, sponsored by Sunday Karamini of Kogi West, however, seeks to further increase the federal government's share. Karimi explained that the proposal was aimed at addressing what he described as the federal government's dwindling revenue in the face of expanding national responsibilities. In his words, the federal infrastructure, particularly roads, has suffered extensive deterioration, while the government continues to commit significant resources to addressing security challenges. Coming up, Nigeria now global reference for steady, credible reform leadership, says World Bank. We'll bring you these and more after this short break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
World Bank Managing Director of Operations Anna Berdi on Tuesday revealed that Nigeria is now frequently cited globally as an example of steady and credible reform leadership. Bayo Onanuga, Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, revealed in a statement on Tuesday that Berdi made the statement during a meeting with President Bola Tinubu and Vice President Kashim Shettima at the State House, Abuja. Petty commended Nigeria's reform progress over the past 2 years, particularly the government's consistent resolve to stay the course despite challenges. According to the World Bank official, this consistency and the clear evidence of positive results have built strong confidence among investors, policymakers, and private sector. The MD highlighted the forthcoming country partnership framework, noting that it is firmly anchored in Nigeria's own development vision, particularly the goal of achieving 1 trillion GDP and a 7% economic growth. And now away from that story, the Nigerian Railway Corporation has accused the local government in Oyo State of overseeing the destruction of railway infrastructure, worth several million naira in Ibadan, threatening that it would pursue all necessary security, administrative and legal measures to protect its infrastructure. In a statement signed by the NRC's Chief Public Relations Officer, Callistus Uyimado, on Tuesday, the corporation described the development as a worrisome report detailing the destruction and removal of fixed railway assets along its right-of-way in Ibadan, southwest local government area of Oyo State. According to the NRC, the incident occurred on Monday and was allegedly carried out by the chairman of Ibadan Southwest Local Government Council, Kehinde Amada, who was said to be personally present at the scene. The corporation alleged that the council chairman led a group of comprising thugs, persons dressed in Nigerian Army uniforms, and operatives of the Oyo State Security Network Agency, Amotekun, to vandalize NRC's property along the Mile 110 axis of Ibadan. Also, bandits have attacked a community in Faskari local government area of Katsina State, leaving several persons dead, houses, shops and vehicles destroyed, and many rendered homeless. The incident took place in the Doma community Tafoki area of the local government area at about 4:30 p.m. on Tuesday, as bandits armed with weapons including AK-47 rifles invaded the community 5 months after a peace agreement. According to the chairman of Faskari local government area, Sarijo Daudawa, the incident was a suspected reprisal attack. The Commissioner of Police, Katsina State, Bello Shehu, commiserated with the families and friends of the victims of the deadly bandits attack, condemning the attack while directing the deployment of additional resources to expedite the investigation and arrest of the perpetrators. And now to end the local news, a senior United States military commander has confirmed that Washington has deployed a small military team to Nigeria, marking a further expansion of security cooperation between the two countries amid persistent jihadist violence. Speaking on Tuesday, Dagvin Anderson, head of United States Africa Command, said the deployment followed renewed talks with Nigerian authorities on how to tackle insecurity. The comments came weeks after the U.S. carried out airstrikes on militant targets in Nigeria on December 25th, an operation ordered under the administration of Donald Trump. U.S. military officials have said recent cooperation includes greater intelligence sharing and equipment support as Nigeria battles Islamist armed groups operating across several regions. Africa, however, confirmed last month that the December strikes targeted Islamic State-linked fighters in Sokoto State and northwestern Nigeria. Coming up, Afrexim Bank says it has prepared an initial package of $8 billion for South Africa. We'll bring you these and more after this short break.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, defend the bullies.
insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Africa Export-Import Bank has lined up an initial $8 billion financing package for new member South Africa, as revealed by the Trade Bank on Wednesday. South Africa became a full sovereign member of Afreximbank on Wednesday, having been unable to join fully when the bank was set up in 1993 because of the country was under apartheid rule. According to reports, Afreximbank membership will give Africa's most advanced economy access to new financial products at a time when its tariff war with the United States has increased the need for new export markets. And also, Saif al-Islam Gaddafi, son of Libya's former leader Colonel Muammar Gaddafi, has reportedly been shot dead. The death of the 53-year-old, who was once widely seen as his father's heir apparent, was confirmed by the head of his political team on Tuesday. Gaddafi's lawyer revealed that a four-man commando unit carried out an assassination at his home in the city of Zintan, while it was not clear who may have been behind the attack. In a competing version of events, his sister told Libyan TV that he had died near the country's border with Algeria. Gaddafi was long seen as the most influential and feared figure in the country after his father, who ruled Libya from 1969 until being ousted and killed during an uprising in 2011. And now onto the foreign scene, where the U.S. Department of Justice has removed thousands of documents related to Jeffrey Epstein from its website after victims said their identities had been compromised. Lawyers of Epstein's victims revealed that flawed redactions in the files released on Friday had turned upside down the lives of nearly 100 survivors. Email addresses and nude pictures in which the names and faces of potential victims could be identified while also included in the release, while survivors issued a statement calling the disclosure outrageous, saying they should not be named, scrutinized, or re-traumatized. The DOJ added that it had taken down all the flagged files, admitting that mistakes were due to technical or human error. Also, U.S. military spokesperson has revealed that an Iranian drone was shot down as it aggressively approached an American aircraft carrier in Arabian Sea on Tuesday. U.S. Central Command spokesman Captain Tim Hawkins said an F-35C sled fighter jet, which took off from the USS Abraham Lincoln warship, shot down the drone in self-defense to protect the aircraft's carrier and its personnel. The ship was approximately 500 miles from the Iranian coast when the drone approached it with unclear intent. According to the report, U.S. equipment was damaged and no service members were harmed. This comes as the U.S. continues to build up a military presence in the region with tensions high between Washington and Tehran. We'll bring you the sports news after this break.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, we're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
now to sports. Arsenal booked their place in the Carabao Cup final after Kai's stoppage time goal sealed a 1-0 victory over Chelsea at the Emirates Stadium, completing a 4-2 aggregate win in the semi-final. In a tense and largely cagey encounter, substitute Haftes lashed on a cross from Declan Rice in the closing seconds, surrounded Chelsea goalkeeper Robert Sanchez and slotted into an empty net to spark wild celebrations among the home fans. The goal, however, confirmed Arsenal's passage to their first domestic cup final since 2020. Chelsea, who needed at the least one goal to force extra time following the 5-goal thriller at Stamford Bridge in the first leg, registered 14 shots to Arsenal's 5, but struggled to carve out clear-cut chances. Holding a 3-2 advantage from the first leg, Arsenal controlled the early stages of the match, but found opportunities limited as Chelsea lined up in a back five. Clear chances were scarce for much of the first hour. And now to end the news, former WBA champion Anthony Corolla is pushing for the highly anticipated Battle of Britain between Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury to take place in the United Kingdom. The long-discussed heavyweight clash was on course for a September showdown before Joshua was involved in a fatal car crash in Nigeria last December, an incident that claimed the lives of 2 of his close friends. Joshua's fighting future remains uncertain, with the former 2-time unified heavyweight champion having spoken publicly only about the tragic passing of Lateef Ayodele and Sina Gami. Despite the uncertainty surrounding Joshua's return, Corolla believes any potential fight between Fury and Joshua should be staged on home soil. Corolla named Old Trafford and the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium as ideal venues, acknowledging that Saudi Arabia offers world-class production and significant financial rewards. And this is where we wrap up the Business Day TV midday bulletin this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insights. My name is Norma Obuna. Many thanks for watching.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
These battles make it hurt.
We Nigerians, we don't really appreciate what we have.
We are going local, exploring the makers and manufacturers of this industry, spotlighting the local industries and changing the narrative of the made in Nigeria products. I am Amanda Amosukure for Business Day Television.
Nigeria, blessed with milk and honey, and honestly overflowing with creativity.
If the Nigerian leather company, you do very well to pick me up to continue promoting the leather business. I don't see myself going back.
Welcome to Market Pulse, where we take you on surveys across markets in Nigeria to explore the true heartbeat of the economy.
Me personally, I've been here more than 10 years, but my husband has been here 22 years ago.
Let me just say more than 6 years now. More than 6 years.
Let's say 2 years.
This is my 23 years experience in a woman clothes.
Well, to be honest, I've not been into this very business for long. But for like 6 months that I've ventured into this business, I think I've seen a lot of gain, and then I like it that way.
In a society where international brand names are everything, where people are sized up by logos and labels, The big question is, where does that leave our local brands?
We Nigerians, we don't really appreciate what we have. Like I do tell people, I have a friend who deal on electrical. Nigeria one is the best. And before they could able to know that this is the best, they pass many challenges. Why people think that when the names alone, the names like Turkey, some people don't even know what is Turkey and the local. Some people will come and tell that "Hey, I want to buy Turkey, my Turkey dresses. I have a friend who don't have fear of God. Sometimes he sell my products with local amount of Turkey. So some people work according to names. Turkey. Some people don't know it.
Now let me tell you, most people want to have that name. Like they want to have that name of someone that uses big bag. We have Pedra products, we have Chris Bella, we have Dior. Now when you see someone with Christian Dior bag, even though it is Abba made, the name, the brand name, you understand, will give that person that kind of momentum that yes, he or she is having something costly. You understand? But not knowing fully well that Nigerian leathers, Nigerian made leathers, they are very, very strong. It lasts for you. But all these foreign bags, they look expensive. They are expensive, but the guarantee, the year's guarantee, that's what we are looking onto. So I prefer the Nigerian leather to the foreign bag. You understand? But in terms of buying and business, the foreign one is okay.
Today, we hit the ground running at the ever-busy Balogun market, known for many things, but especially for its rich lineup of locally made products. From bags and shoes to adire and makeup, Balogun fathers all.
We sell adire material. We sell already made alongside Senegalese, because some of our dresses here we do travel to get some of our dresses.
We're into textile materials. We deal in so many fabrics such as George, crystal fabrics, luxury fabrics. We also deal in male fabrics as well. And if you want numbers of ashobis, we can get them for you. So
Nigeria's local clothing industry remains one of the most exciting parts of our creative economy. From ready-to-wear to bespoke pieces, designers are mixing Ankara, Ashoke and Adire with modern styles, serving culture, creativity and confidence all in one outfit.
Mostly we buy from Senegal, and then on the Adire stuff, we do travel to Oshogbo at times to get some kind of fabric that is Adire fabric. But if it's Ankara fabric as well, we do order for it. But on the norms, everything we are ordering that is particularly based on Ankara, we can easily get it here too in Lagos Island. So, and we have a lot of tailors that sew for us. We have Senegalese tailors here that sews for us. But the Adire fabric itself, we like people here in Nigeria, people here in Lagos to sew for us. Like me now, I do create my own designs myself. I draw my designs. Like this kind of stuff, this kind of dress now, I draw it, is my design. I'm the first person that made this design.
Actually, we made different materials. Most of our adire from Abeokuta, some are from Aguda, and majorly some of us we do make our adire too. Some Oshogbo, but as regards lace is imported. We buy lace from China, from Switzerland, then we made it for them. Ankara, same thing. The China people, they start making Ankara, so we get our Ankara from China, and there are some Teslas is in Ikeja. We get Ankara from them as well. Nigerians, we make them. We have our designers that make our clothes for us. They do produce them, but I'm not trying to be biased, but the good lace, when we talk of lace, Swiss lace, is from Switzerland. Did you get it? There are some laces from other places, but mainly the good ones, not the good, the quality ones are from Switzerland.
well, I prefer to stock them because we believe that most Nigerians love imported goods. They believe like Nigerian goods are not like are not are not how will I explain it? Are not so good, and maybe they believe that we Nigerians don't have good quality. But funny enough, we do have good quality, especially when it comes to adire. Yeah, I love adire and I love to wear adire. But the only problem we have is bringing it into Nigeria. We can't bring it, so we'll make it here in Nigeria, and they make it in places like Ogun State, Oshogbo, Oshun, And I love to wear adire because it just gives you this different, unique vibe, and your styling too matters as well. So then, why have these luxury fabrics? We bring them for most of our clients that want quality, like luxury quality, especially when it comes to weddings, birthdays, any big functions. And that's where people come in requesting that they want Ashobi fabrics. And they request for multiple numbers, like for example, 50 people, 100 people, and that's where we produce. And it just has this fine, beautiful class that this luxury fabric gives. Like for example, this is Swiss cord, and it comes in different colors. So you can tell me, okay, fine, Madam Lassit, I want this fabric, and we can produce for numbers of people that you want.
Okay, from Aba, we all know Aba in Abia State. Well, I'm a native of Abia State, so I'm very proud of my place. Aba, we produce things, we produce shoes, we produce bags, leather mostly. And most of them, when you tell someone that it comes from China, it will be very, very hard for them to not to believe, you understand, because they look alike. Aba products and China products, they look alike.
And in the middle of the hustle and bustle of the Adire market, it's pure vibes as every trader has a story. Stories of ups and downs, steady patronage, slow days, and resilience.
I'm speaking on behalf of every Nigerian. Our products, our leather, they are stronger than that of China.
The local leather industry is quietly doing its thing. Artisans are crafting handbags, backpacks, and corporate bags that can stand shoulder to shoulder with imported ones. Trust me, no cap.
What made me venture into this business is that when I started new, I had some motivations from my friend that I will make it here in this business. But we are with the leather in this product, in this business. Leather matters a lot. You understand? So this business now, I was ventured into this business by my dad. He made me go into this business. And then the money, the business, I want to be a big man. I want to build a house. I want to buy my own car. I want to make it in life. You understand? As a big businessman. That's one of the main reasons I ventured into this business. Let me tell you something. If the Nigerian leather company, you do very well to pick me up to continue promoting the leather business, I don't see myself going back, because something that you love, something that you see yourself doing the most, you understand, when you get back up in it, you will continue doing it, you do it forever. But when you find out that nothing, you are slacking out, no backup, nothing, at a point in time, your mind will have to tell you that at least you're making fool of yourself. You need backup, you need something to push you up. You understand? So if the leather company, if they are seeing this particular video, I think they should make it up to them to take someone to promote their business. Now, China and all these foreign-made countries that are making these bags, they have people promoting their business. They are up to the task. They come up to it. They pay for it. They pay for the promotion. You understand? So why can't Nigeria do it that way? Nigeria can do better. Nigeria has the money. If Nigeria can kill corruption, take it up to them to make their things better. Believe me, everything will be better. So now I'm speaking on behalf of every Nigerian. Our products, our leather, they are stronger than that of China. We just need to make and give it a name. You understand that others will see and believe that it has a name. Now, person they give something name. So let us give our own product the name.
Nigeria's beauty industry has also seen a surge in locally formulated makeup products tailored specifically for African tones and our climate. From foundations to lipsticks and skincare, these brands get it. And as a dark-skinned melanin goddess, why wouldn't you trust people who actually understand your skin and the heat we deal with daily?
People do patronize the Nigeria product because it's a very good product and it's full coverage and it's matte finishing. Even if you have acne, the product, this goodie product, it will cover it. It does not break. That is it. Even if you are sweating, it will not break. And it's matte finishing. It does not even give you any reddish undertone. It's a very good product.
It's not all rosy though, with rising production costs, higher rent, and limited access to funding remaining a major challenge.
The first challenge is the rate, dollars rate, yeah. Because going to Senegal to buy some stuff like we do go to Senegal to buy like laces that is already made, and we're having challenges on the rates in order to pay for flights. And for us to buy goods, at times, if we want to change money, we used to have issue with that dollar rates. I think that's our major issue. Even in this country now, we have great challenges. Like, let me just say, put it like that.
Challenges is like sometimes materials would be out of material because the material is imported as well. So sometimes we'll be like out of material. Sometimes we don't meet up the quantity we need. That is only challenges I myself personally facing.
I faced a lot of challenges. Most times when customer comes, when you tell them the price of the bag that you sell, they will like to buy it below the cost price. You know, if you know that when you sell it below that cost price, you've lost. You did not gain anything, nothing, total lost. You understand? That's one of the challenges. And then the second challenge is that most times when rain is falling, we don't used to get customers. You understand? Most times you be in your shop, you only have to sell 3 times a day and sometimes 2 times a day. And that's very, very bad for business. So we are not praying for that kind of thing. We are praying for more customers, more business. You understand?
Many locals see patronage is improving thanks to Nigerians becoming more intentional about supporting local brands.
It's fine and it's cool. People do come to buy market very well here constantly because we do sell African wares here, and then most of our dresses that we sell, it's something that is you can easily to buy. You can, if you need any like houseware, we sell houseware as well. We sell free gowns. We sell something that you can use to work like Friday wears. So I think the patronage is fine with me. People come here to buy, most especially most UBA staffs. They are helping. Everything is fine.
It has been so wonderful. You know, this is ready to wear, so you might not have tailor challenges. Mostly what we do, we have varieties. We have lace, adire. So most of the challenges, I'm not going to say our challenges, but people that will come and buy from us, once they see what they like, they are ready to buy it and they wear it immediately. So you will not have tailor challenges. You know, most of our tailors, when we give them clothes, I'm not trying to, no, I'm just trying to protect my business. When you give them clothes, some will say 5 days, 10 days, and at the end of the day, they will disappoint. But ours is not like that. Once you are here, you are ready to go.
This episode tells a bigger story, one of a changing mindset, local pride, and industries that are not just surviving, but evolving.
I love Adire, and in as much as I would love to invest, but I don't think I want that now because I don't that's not my field. Adire is more is okay for people that sell Ankara, so it works for them. For me, it doesn't work for me because I don't know how to sell it. I can walk into a store and buy, but I can't sell. So I'm okay. I'm used to the ones that would sell, which is George, Swiss laces, beaded laces, any kind of laces you want. But Adire, I don't think I would like to invest so much in it. I can buy maybe for like 50 pieces for a few people that want. I might just stock up. I might use like 500,000 to just stock up a few for a few people that request for it. But I won't want to put so much investment in Adire.
What happened is this. Number one is the importation was very, very expensive on the high side since after lockdown. So the importation was very, very high, and the shipping fee was so expensive. So for people in my country to meet up, so that is, and the tray. Sometimes it took me 3 months to have my items that I ordered from China or Turkey. So, but here, 1 week, sometimes some days. So that's the reason why.
That's it on this episode of Market Pulse. In a shocking twist of events, these traders recently had their shops demolished, leaving them stranded and on the streets still hustling for their daily bread.
We are not notified. They didn't notice us like they are coming, but they are just saying it's from the government. And I didn't even understand it. They just come just like that. We didn't even, nobody noticed us of anything. They just come one of a sudden and destroy all our containers. And even most of my goods, everything we are damaged. At least now I'm losing a lot. If I should calculate what I'm losing, over 5 million naira. Yes, over 5 million naira. Nobody compensates us. Nobody compensates us. Please, I'm begging the government, they should look into this. This is Lagos Marina, beside UBA head office. We are facing a lot here. You can see them. Look at our goods here. Look at my market here. Look at it. It was damaged. Even my containers, I cannot even get access to the container myself. They just come and demolish everything and just pack everything. So we really lose a lot here. So I'm wishing maybe the government can look into this very well.
We are just here and we had information that before we know, they said we should start removing our things, we should pack our load. We were watching and waiting. It was a surprise because they didn't even give us notice. So unfortunately, we start packing our load. From there, they now come and demolish the shop. We pack our goods, but we could not able to take our container away. They asked us to leave the container. So we tried to remove some of our goods. By God's grace, we tried to take some of the goods, yes. Last week, we went to miss our Excellency Sanwo-Olu. So we explained things to him. And I told us that we should go back, that he's coming to come and see the situation. So we are still hoping, believing that everything will be okay by God's grace.
I traveled down to East anyway. I traveled down to my village to see my parents. So unfortunately, I received a call that my space had been demolished. So I was like, what is the problem? What happened that they demolished my shop? They said that there's is it government task force or what that come inside the premises and demolish the place without even a quick notice. How can they demolish someone's place without even a quick notice? Okay, let's assume that my people is not here to help me. I could have started this. They could have destroyed both my goods and my shop. I have stayed here more than 10 years. There is no issue here. We don't have the only issue that we have here is that once Loma come, they will give us information that maybe they are coming on so day to collect money for Loma. We'll contribute money for Loma and pay them. I call most of my colleagues here. They said they meet His Excellency Mr. Sanwo-Olu. Then he now came down here, but they didn't really get things from him because he was driving. When they meet him in this secretariat, as in this government house, he drove down back. Then I don't think they meet him because they just say that he visited here. They now go back to where the fire incident occurred. So before they come back here, he left already. So they didn't really get actual strong word from him. But you can see now they are fencing all this place.
Yes.
It takes a lot of time. Once this place closed, I don't think we still have stand here again. So what they want us to do, is it not street? They are sending us to street. If somebody that couldn't be able to hold himself, they can do otherwise. So they should. We are pleading. They should try and know what to do for us, please. At least we pay. Nobody that's staying here that is not paying. Actually, it's a car park, but there's a lot of shops they created here. Then we pay a very good sum of money. And some of us just paid. Some paid in November. Some paid this December that just ended. So they should come to our rescue, please.
On the 31st of December 2025, the Lagos State Building and Control Agency came and they started demolishing our shop. They did not give us any notice. They did not present any order for the demolition. They just said it's order from above. That is what they told us. They give us, it was maybe hours, and not that they even give us hours, as they are destroying it from one end. So we are packing. Everybody was packing their goods. We went to the State House at Marina on the, I think that was Friday. That Friday should be on the 2nd of January 2026. We went there for peaceful protest, and luckily for us, we saw the governor on his way going out, and he stopped and attended to us, and he asked that what is the issue. We explained to him, and the governor assured us that we should be going. He's going to come down here. So I think as he was coming, he came here direct that day. So before we could come from the State House, the governor is already here. We did not know what the governor discussed with the LAPSCA agency working here on that very day, because before we came back here, the governor have already left. Although we submit our location and all our documents to the representative at the State House that we are legal here, we are not illegal. We were moved to here since 1999 when they wanted to build the Afri land at William Street, and they give us allocation. In fact, we just renewed our allocation with the local government. They give us 15 years allocation about 2 months ago. So we submitted the copy of everything to their representative at the State House. But till today, which is on the 8th of January, we have not had any feedback from the governor and from the agency. So as you can see, they have demolished everything. They sell all our container as they are building. They are demolishing it. People that are buying it are here already. So they sell everything. We are not allowed to even take our container that we did by ourselves. They said they cannot release it to us. So since then they have been doing the fence. You can see the fence. These are the fence. They are still working. But as we have no option, because most of us here we are just hustling, so we have no option and we have nowhere to go. That is why we are still inside the sun. We are selling inside the sun. As they are doing the fence, we are still selling to manage ourselves. What we expect from the government is that they should reinstall us here. Let them go through the documents we submit to them. When they go through, they will see everything are genuine. We are taxpayers. We pay dues. We don't violate any rules. So you get, let the government have mercy and pity us. And even till now, as I'm talking to you, they have not given us any reason for the demolition. Till now, there's no reason for the demolition. The chairman of the Nigeria Legion, who is in charge of the car park, came and he was asking that where is the demolition order that you people bring. They did not provide anything.
Stay tuned to Business Day Television for more updates.
To Reflections Nigeria, where we discuss current political, social, and economic issues in our country and sometimes even beyond our country, Nigeria. And today, we are going to look at two issues very quickly. And the first one is the position of Peter Obi, a former Labour Party presidential candidate in 2023, where he, so to say, scolded Mr. President for always traveling out of the country and then, prioritizing event outside the country as against Nigeria, where we are having insecurity and other challenges in the country. And of course, we're also going to be looking at the delay in passing the electoral act amendment, which will actually guide the conduct of the 2027 election. Nigerians have expressed concern regarding especially the fact that the Senate is still not able to, pass this amendment that will actually help INEC to conduct a better election, better than what we saw in 2023. These are the two issues that we are going to be looking at today, gentlemen. You are welcome. So, as usual, we have in the studio the Sunday editor of Business Day, Mr. Zebulon Agbomo, and of course, the assistant editor also here at Business Day, Mr. Chuka Uruku. Gentlemen, you are welcome.
Thank you for inviting us.
I'm not going to take much time doing an introduction. We know the two issues that we want to discuss, but let's start with Peter Obi. Peter Obi described January as a distressing January, and that while Nigerians were facing this distress back home, the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, was prioritizing his trip outside the country. And then some people have said, look, Mr. Peter Obi is too hard on Mr. President. After all, Mr. President went outside the country to also push for issues in the interests of the country, looking for investment here and there. Zeb, let me have your take on this. Yeah. Was Peter Obi too hard on Mr. President?
Thank you. Before we say that someone was too hard or too soft, you know that they are politicians. Peter Obi is a politician, is on the opposition. And I don't think he should be clapping for Mr. President. At this point in time, he is saying what any opposition person would say. By the way, it's not only Peter Obi that has said that. Other notable figures, like Atiku Abubakar, has always said that the frequent journeys of the president may have been costing the country a lot. And not only them, many Nigerians also have said that Peter Obi was merely echoing what Nigerians who have no voice, in quotes, have been saying, that it will benefit the country better if the president has stayed at home to tend the domestic challenges that the country is battling with. Someone asked me, in fact, yesterday, and said, editor, we have been hearing about multilateral, bilateral agreements. Every time president goes out, you hear about multilateral. What actually are we getting from all these agreements that they have been signed? So many people have been asking such questions, but if you are not very close to the corridors of power, you may not know the benefits that are accruing from these journeys. That being part of it. Secondly, you know that the president had not traveled since October, if I'm not, when this heat from Trump started. The president shelved his trips up till this period. Yes. So, and don't forget, he has always gone out to seek one medical attention or the other. And having stayed so long in the country, in quote, for about 3 months. So I think he may have decided to use this opportunity to such this thing, attention outside the country. The president went to Turkey, and which also has continued to attract divergent comments. People wonder why Turkey, of all places. And we heard that he signed some forms of agreement there that also may bring something, may bring revenue to the country. The national chairman of APC, the Walter, told us that the present journeys had attracted 50 billion naira investment into the country. So I am not
naira or dollar.
I think dollar, 50 billion.
50 billion.
Yes, into the country. P2B was just saying what he should say as an opposition, and also being someone who is in the know, who Peter Obi knows a lot about what is going on more than majority of Nigerians. So he is eminently qualified to tell the president what you are doing is wrong at this time, because the country is not in a very good shape, and the country needed the attention of the president
and commander-in-chief.
So it will be insensitive on the part of a father or a husband to just leave a house when there is a crisis in the home, and just go out and say, okay, I'm going on a holiday, I'm going to do something that will benefit you, when he has not ended the challenges that are already at home. So that, I think it was from that standpoint that Peter B made all the observations and all the comments he made in that regard.
Chuka, Zeb says something that the president, sort of has the journeys of Mr. President, every now and then has somewhat attracted, a benefit, economic benefit to the country. And do you think that is it that the president is not communicating, or the presidency, or the president people have not communicated well enough to Nigerians to be able to see the benefits of these frequent trips abroad?
Oh, thank you, Josh, for the question. I think the idea of whether president's trips is of benefit to Nigeria or not is neither here nor there. And if there's anything the country is gaining from the president trips, he shouldn't take his party chairman to communicate to the country what that has done for us. If actually the trips have been yielding gains, people will see. One thing that government in Nigeria always fails to understand is that they are not leading animals. They are not leading children. There are 1,001 people who are better qualified to be presidents than Bola Tinubu. But just a game of chance, and maybe what sometimes they call first among equals, that put him there. So for his people to come and start telling us now that, oh, 50 billion naira is a lot of money, $1 billion is a lot of money. If you put it into building cottage industries, it will employ a good number of Nigerians. Even if you set up one hospital, so this is the proceed of the president's trips, the effect will be there because people will go there and get treated. If it is about schools, you see people's children. Those people the government doesn't even need to announce it. People's children will be in those schools. If you use it to establish markets, people's wives will be in those markets. So it's not rocket science to know that the president's trip has gotten us something. But again, one thing clear in Nigeria, whether you are talking about what comes back from president trips, or you are talking about money generated by government agencies, which run into trillions in some cases, like the case of Nigeria Customs or NPA, other such agencies, those monies are never accounted for. They are not factored into anything Nigeria does. Everybody's eye is on the oil money. And the people in government know that Nigerians are not that Nigerians don't know, but each time they are competing budget, for instance, it's about how do benchmark the price of oil against whatever we're expecting and things like that. So even if the present trip generates money, it's not for Nigerians. There are people who know how such money is spent. We hear about money recovered from Abacha. Abacha salute. If it were in a more organized society, they use it to build schools. They use it to build hospitals that will impact on the people directly. Then people will know, oh, that our money that was taken away are now returned. This is what it is. Because that money that Abacha took away was supposed to be spent on something. Build road. And when they use president's trips money to build road. Joshua, you don't need to be told that this road was built by, because you would drive through such a road. Come to a place like Lagos, even maintain the existing ones. If you have anywhere in the country where you have the worst state of roads, they are all federal roads. Most of the roads that are very bad, especially intercity roads, they are normally, of course, you come from the eastern, you are not from the west. You're also from the eastern side of maybe your own south. But for those of us who come from the east, when you travel once, that is where you hate being a Nigerian. Because the road on which you travel tells you that nothing is happening. Okay. So, for me, whether the trip brought money or it did not bring money doesn't make any difference, because it's never accounted for.
But I think the trip it's not as if the trip is expected to bring in money directly at the investment.
But if the money is invested, if investment takes place anywhere, you will know.
Yeah.
If investment takes anywhere, people who bring in investment, they can come and invest in real estate. They can come invest in agriculture. They can come and invest in industries. And wherever this thing happens, no matter how remote the place is, people, Nigerians, will know that something has happened.
By the way, why must our people continue traveling outside
to get investment?
Look for investors. If you are looking for investors, bring them here, stay here and call them and say,
come and see.
Very good environment that can bet whatever investment you want to do. But the idea of just going out, we are going to look for investment, we are going to attract investors.
People will. But if you see that, even in state governments, let me just help you out. In some state government, let us take Enugu for instance. Investment is going to Enugu.
Serious.
Within the country. A typical example is Nike Lake Hotel, have been acquired by a local investor.
Yes.
And there are so many other things like that in Enugu, just for the simple truth that this man has ensured the environment is enabling. Only.
Anyway, I agree with you really to the extent that you don't really need Nigerian, and particularly Mr. President, doesn't really need to go out
and say I'm looking for them.
To say that we're going to look for investors. I think really there's really not much that I don't think there's anything that foreign investors do not really know about Nigeria. Just
and today where you can just open your computer, as that lady said, you see everything. Your phone, you know that the place to go is Nigeria.
Yeah. Once the world knows that
they don't
the environment is available.
Yes.
I think they will come.
The portfolio investors that come here come because of the short, brief thing they can just do and get away. Take for instance in real estate, there are foreign investors are there because they will come, develop and sell and go away.
Take away the profit.
All right. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. We'll go on a very short break now, and when we return, we'll be discussing the delay in the passing the Electoral Act amendment. Okay, we'll go on a short break now. When we return, like I said, we'll be discussing on the other issue that we have on the table today. But this is still Reflections Nigeria, where we discuss issues, particularly current issues in our country, be they political, social, or economic. Zeb, we are looking at a situation where Nigerians are getting apprehensive about the fact that there's this delay in the passing of this Electoral Act amendment that will actually help the INEC to be able to conduct something that should be better than what we saw in 2023. Because there are in 2020 there were gaps in the 2023 election that people felt, look, I mean, we can do better than this. And this was what it actually brought about the need to again take a look at that 2022 electoral act to be able to say, look, this and this and this and these are the things that we need to bring in. Maybe we need to take this out. But there's this delay, and this delay is, raising some dust among stakeholders, stakeholders, political stakeholders, even civil society groups, and election observers everywhere. And so, I want to ask you, what do you make of this delay?
Yeah, thank you so much. It's what I can call a deja vu. We are back to that same point. I think it's a history of labor. Where at this point, the same point we are now in 2022. Don't forget that from 2015 to 2022, the former and the late president refused to sign the amended electoral act until late in 2022, when people have started agitating and threatening. CSOs were threatening to go on protest and all that before he was forced to sign what he signed. And it was almost getting late.
It was late.
So we are at that same point, and the National Assembly is just pulling a wool over our eyes in the name of their commitment to amend and to pass the amended acts. They are promising Nigerians that before long we'll see. And we hope that this February they have to really pass it, because if they fail to pass it, it becomes almost late, because whatever copies they will pass will have to go to the executive also that will sign it into law. If there is any delay, it will also hamper or also, what can I do, affect the work of the Independent National Electoral Commission, because INEC will be waiting for that amended act to be able to fix the date
to plan that election
of the election. Don't forget that we don't have any timetable yet for that election that is expected to happen just a year from today, February next year. So a lot is being expected to happen at the National Assembly, and unfortunately the people I don't know the seriousness they are attaching to that important assignment they are supposed to deliver for Nigeria. So there are a number of areas, the direct transmission of results from the polling unit. So it's to reduce human contact.
To give you the constitutional backing. View of what's happened the other time.
View of what happened, and we don't want glitches again, and the beavers and all that, so that people would be sure that what the votes they are casting will count. Don't forget IRF and all that. So Nigerians are not really happy the way things are going on. So unless that amended act is signed into law, or whenever the National Assembly decides to pass it to the executive, except that is done, not many Nigerians will be interested in participating in the electoral process that will lead to the election in 2027, because of the ugly experience of 2023. So it's incumbent on the National Assembly to expedite action on that. Nigerians are getting impatient, and if nothing happens so soon, I won't be surprised if people will call out others for protest against the National Assembly leadership.
Okay, Chuka, why we hope that because of this, the House of Reps actually passed this in December 2025. So it is actually the delay. This delay actually is in the Senate, even though the Senate said that they are going to now have another committee where members of the House of Reps and then the senators will come together again to see where they can harmonize. While we hope they will be able to do this and indeed do it very soon. The delay in the first place, do you think this delay is being caused by institutional bottlenecks or maybe political interests?
I think the only thing that is not politicized in Nigeria is when you are eating. Apart from that, any other, especially activities around the economy, activities around politics itself, is politicized in Nigeria. Then after that, maybe other considerations will come in. Where do you belong, party affiliations, party loyalty, what party which is achieved with whatever is happening. So most of these things are playing out in the delay of passing this particular bill. And we have a Senate today that is almost an upstring of the president, the executive. Of course, the Senate president was bold enough to say that whatever the man wants, he will get. What the president wants from the Senate or from the National Assembly as a whole, he must get because he's a good president. So, if this thing is being delayed, everybody agrees and everybody believes that the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is a very astute politician. Mm-hmm. And he knows politics like you know the back of your hand. So there's no time at any point in time, anything that will help somebody, their success. The politicians achieve what they want to achieve. They will not politicize it. On which side of the divide are you? Because amongst them, don't think they're idle. They are not idle. There are movements around the signing of the bill. Then people are arguing, people are asking questions, people are answering questions. People are, maybe things are even exchanging hands. Why do we have to do it that way? And then they do it in such a way that at the 11th hour, when pressure has garnered sufficiently, they sign it anyhow. I want to believe that the aim of the delay is to deny Nigerians
by time.
Yes, to scrutinize the thing that is packed at the end of the day. You may not have a sufficient time to start asking a lot of questions. Yeah. So if they pass it now 1 year to the election, it may not survive even, because a lot of criticisms, a lot of questions will be asked. And in a bid to prove that, we are democratic, we are a listening government, they may be compelled to make some changes, which they don't want to. So what is happening now is that the act is undergoing a lot of surgical operation. And when eventually the time is about to finish and people make a lot of noise, they pass it. They will know.
Okay, because we don't have a lot of time, but people are also really concerned about the fact that, look, why do we have to do this every 4 years? Every time we're going to have election, we amend. So why can't we take a holistic look at the Electoral Act, and especially if you recall the Waste report, that talk about how best we can conduct our election. Why can't we take all of those Waste report and then actually, make better things out of it than if this piecemeal, amendment every 4 years? I mean, it was a lot of money, because normally the members of the National Assembly will start going around the various geopolitical zones to say they are holding public hearing. They spend a lot of money, billions going into this thing. At the end of the day, so why do we have to do this every 4 years? Why can't we just take a holistic look at this and then
get it done?
Why those who canvass that, who have that opinion, may not be condemned or for saying what they say, because those opinions are also germane, because a lot of money is being spent on this
amendments.
round-robin thing we are going to do. So, but don't forget also that there are new things that come
Evolving.
evolving that you need to update the law. For instance, we've been talking about allowing Nigerians in diaspora to vote.
To vote.
That had not been accommodated.
Mm.
We're having also
inmates.
And
Prison inmates,
this
yeah.
time also, I think they are giving them opportunity to do that. There are also people
Giving
every
women-
year.
giving women more.
People grow to the
Yes, the age of voting.
age. So that need to be accommodated. And a lot of other things. So when you organize an election and you are likely to find out some defects, you have to amend that portion in order to accommodate and to correct that. That being the case. But what I have found in Nigeria is because we are not sincere people. The reason for this every year amendment is not genuine, it's just to allow people opportunity to insert things that are not
that will help them.
That will help them to run away with the electoral malfeasance. So you have discovered that even after the late president signed the Electoral Act in 2022, the umpire itself bungle everything deliberately. So we are back to square one. People said in the name of glitches, they came up and they messed up the entire election.
Process.
The provision was made there. The use of electronics, everything
Was
that
a must.
for the first time, and that gave Nigerians the hope that something
Good was
different, that something good was in the offing. And that was why a good number of the youth that had never ever voted before elected to vote, and their hope was dashed. So, amending our electoral act every year, or every election cycle may not be wrong on its own, but it is the idea behind it, or some of the shenanigans that people bring to bear on it that is really the concern. So every Nigerian should always prevail on those who have these powers to amend these things, to be credible and to be sincere, because what they are toiling with is the future of the country and the future of the 230 million people. The country is not moving forward. The country, and now already sound of battle songs have been already sung everywhere, because it's indicating that the 2023 itself may not, the 2027 election may not even be different from the 2023, which is very, very unfortunate for us.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, let me just ask you, to be able to have something that is different, like you just talk about 2023 or 2027 may not be different from 2023 unless the right thing is done. And then for us to have that right thing done, for us to have an election that is different from what we saw in 2023, there is a need for this
amendment, yes.
Implementation. Just go ahead. The president will amend it. The president will sign. Then INEC will actually use it to conduct the 2027 election, and that's the only thing that can bring about,
credible
election in the country.
Now, Chuka, in the event that this delay that we are seeing continues, such that even if they sign, it becomes impossible for INEC to use it to conduct election. What should Nigerians do? Do you think what do you think Nigerians should do? Beyond what the National Assembly serve, because you see the power rests with the people. Yes, with that power we've given it to them. Okay, we are our representatives in the Senate, in the House of Reps. But then when they refuse to use that power the way we want? Is there any option that is left to Nigeria?
The only option left for Nigerians is to maybe cooperate with the government to see that the best is made out of the worst situation they have created. And this is not a society where you can call for, oh, let's recall our representative. Let us do this for our representatives and the rest of them. But why should we even come to that stage where Nigerians will be handicapped or pushed to the wall? And then what do? This is a 4-year cycle. Why can't we start early enough and get things done as best as we can, instead of waiting till this 11th hour before people are now start speculating whether this is going to happen or not? So I would rather advocate that when next we're having the next cycle of election, let us start early enough to think about things that should be changed in the Electoral Act, the one that should be expunged, and then get all these things done in time so that all the parties involved, talking about the National Assembly, will finish their own early, the president will not hesitate to sign, and then INEC will go to town with the signed document and do the needful. But in the event of this delay, or when we are handicapped, we can no longer do. Well, it's difficult to canvass violence. It's not the best thing to do because it will truncate. Yes, they are. They know that they.
Very difficult to give a goat yam
to keep.
So these are the people who benefit from this flaws, and you expect them to do something
good
to check all those matters. So
all right. Thank you, gentlemen. I think Nigeria should mount pressure. I mean, because they are our representatives. We are the ones that voted
put them there
to that place. I think Nigeria should mount pressure on the National Assembly, particularly the Senate, to do the needful, because we cannot afford to have a flawed 2027 election. Democracy rests upon a credible election, and if you take credible election out, well, you're going to have going to have people who are not credible enough to provide qualitative leadership. And Nigerian this time around, we need people who can provide qualitative leadership. I think that's all we ask for. And so Nigerians, let man pressure on the National Assembly
to get this thing done.
Thank you, gentlemen. This is where we're going to
wrap up
on
inviting
us. Nigeria today. Thank you for viewers for staying tuned. My name is Joshua Bass. Until we come next week, please keep watching Business Day Television.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
rich people, and welcome to another episode of Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, right here on BDTV, where we highlight the stories of established young Nigerian founders, CEOs, businessmen, and women. I'm your host, Norma Obodna. And today, joining me on the lounge is Olatunde. Olatunde Alayaki is the founder of Jeun, a food tech company delivering wholesome, convenient Nigerian and fused meals made just how people like them. An innovation-driven approach to reimagining Nigerian and African cuisine for the modern world. With a degree in civil engineering from the University of Bath, England, Olatunde's professional journey has included working with renowned firms such as Arup & Curtains in the UK, as well as Sahara Group in Lagos, Nigeria. His experiences also include supporting the interests and execution of investment projects across Nigeria and Africa, such as the Africa Collective, an initiative relating to the World Economic Forum and the AFCFTA, which ultimately sparked his desire to pursue entrepreneurship. He's a believer in the power of purpose and innovation. Olatunde also harbors a big love for space and rocket development. Welcome to the show, Olatunde.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're going to jump right into today's questions because we have a lot for you.
Right.
We've seen you do so many things, go from corporate to having your own business. So yeah. I can imagine what's that like, moving from that kind of structure and then starting your own stuff?
It's a different experience, firstly, but I think it's one thing. The corporate structure obviously helps you to be able to understand how to work and serve, right? And so when you're setting up your own business, when I was setting up Jeun, it was very important that I took certain things that I had learned and seen, maybe my managers do, or just implementing the whole vision for the company as well. So I think, yeah, it was there was obviously a difference, but I think it was worth it to have that corporate experience and then start my own thing. Yes.
So would you say it's easier running a business or working for a business? Which one do you think is easier?
I think my own opinion is that it's easier to work for another person, because carrying the vision and carrying the weight of the vision and trying to implement it and share it with so many people is a task on its own. And I think that any entrepreneur faces that every day. So it's not just about you and the product and the customer, it's about you, the systems, the structures, the people, and then that goes to the customer, right? So I think every day you're thinking constantly, how do I pass across this message, this vision of what we're trying to build to everyone that I'm employing so that they can also do the same to the customer. So I think it's definitely harder to do your own thing. Yeah, there's a lot more responsibility and weight on your shoulder. Yes.
So where did you first receive the vision for Jeun? Because there's a consistency with the taste of the jollof rice in particular. Like, I've not had anything close to it. So where did you get the vision that, okay, this is how we're going to structure this particular recipe, this is how we're going to do this? Like, how did you birth this entire idea?
I think firstly it's important to track back a little bit, right? So I'm from a civil engineering background. Uni was civil engineering, and then I moved back and I was really interested in the food and agricultural space, right? Farm to table, right? Looking at the whole value chain of the whole food system, right? And I think one thing that stood out for me was, even before I started Jeun, I had forward a bit into, I would say, agricultural sector. So we're looking at smallholder farmers and how we could get their produce from them directly to the markets. But it was a bit of a capital intensive venture because you have to think about cold chain storage, all of these kind of things from maybe the north. You're thinking about the road infrastructure, all of these kind of things. So it was a bit heavy. And so because I was looking at all the different aspects, whether it was distribution or the farm aspect or processing, or the table aspect, which is like in the form of restaurants and food businesses, right? For me, it was then like, okay, if I can't start here, then maybe I should just go and start with selling food, right? And for me, I couldn't comprehend
wow, Latine, what are you going to say? You're selling food now? I think that was the first fear that I had. But for me, it was important to stay true to myself and stay true to, you know, what I believed about the food and agricultural sector and how I felt like it's such a critical part to Nigeria's development, right? And I thought also as well that, you know, if I understand the issues at the food, the table side, then I'll be able to backwards integrate into the other things that I had an interest in, right? The farming aspect of things. So with gel, I just remember there was a day where I was thinking about, okay, how do we do a table side of things, right? My most experience with food before that was cooking at uni, right? So there wasn't Nigerian food readily available, and so I would cook from time to time. My first jollof rice was not the best, but by the time I left uni, people were calling me to come and make, like, my friends. It was just a thing. It wasn't anything I thought about selling. It was just like people would come to me and say, Latine, your jollof, Latine, your fried rice. Do you understand? And I kept on doing that because I love to do that, right? I haven't had a page called He Cooks, right? So I used to, you know, cook and, you know, just post pictures of my food. Yeah, the page is actually still up. It can come up, right? And so I would just post and things like that. So 3 years later, I was just thinking about it and the word John just came to mind, right? But I didn't know what I wanted John to be. I just knew that, you know, I wanted it to be something and something impactful. And in terms of marketing, I think I was very much like, we had to do this in a different way, because what I saw in Nigeria was people were speaking a lot about, like, okay, they'll show the food, they'll say you can buy this, you can buy that, but nobody was speaking about, like, you know, showing the people. It was almost like the food marketing space was a bit different, right? And I think with John, we really wanted to do something different. So to your question, it was really just about, like, this journey I'd had through the food and agricultural sector, and the word John just came to mind, and I knew it was God inspired, and I decided to just run with that and just see. So we didn't even, with the Mighty Jollof, for example, I always say this to people, like, it wasn't something we didn't sit down and start doing, no, because I didn't even have that experience, right? There are certain things I'm learning about the food industry now that I didn't know before, but there was a leap of faith that I took to just say, you know what, we're going to call it Mighty Jollof, and that Mighty is going to be, in a sense, what it will be. And now Mighty Jollof is our bestseller at Gel.
Mighty Jollof. People should try it.
Yeah, it was just really just going along the process and trusting that there was something Latine can give to this industry. And you know, 1 year and a couple more, some months in, we're doing just that, I believe, and we can do more. Yes.
So let's calm down small, because now, like, we are going all business, you know. So, like, what is the vibe of your workplace? What's, like, the vibe? If you could describe it with a song, what would be the name of the song?
With a song, I would say a song, like, it's actually my favorite song at the moment. So maybe like Za. It's by An Endless Ocean. And I would say the reason why I say that, it's a bit like, you know, fun, and you know, there are stressful days in our workplace for but I think that one thing that always happens when people come and interview is they say, you know what, like, I really like how you guys seem like a family. Do you understand? So there are fun days, but there are also days where, you know, we're just, like, really excited about what we're doing and everyone is keyed into everything. So I'll say it's that, because it's a bit upbeat, but obviously the lyrics are still, you know, quite serious. I'll say that.
Okay, so we hear a lot about wins and entrepreneurship. Some people, they'll say, oh, you know, I made my first 1 million naira, I made my first $1 billion from, you know, all of that. But food business happens to be, yes, one of the most profitable, but I do think that there are downsides. Do you agree with this?
Yeah, certainly. I think with any venture that you have in Nigeria, across the world, there will always be downsides, right? I think, you know, it's a ripe industry for sure, because the demand is very high across Lagos, across Nigeria for food, right? But there are downsides because at the end of the day, you have a vision to set something up, right? And it's just like civil engineering. It was really about buildings and structures, right? So they're setting up the foundation. There's now the pillars and the columns and the beams and all of these kind of things. So I think that, you know, at every stage you encounter difficulties. So yeah, there are downsides building anything, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. So if you had 1 hour with one of the top business men or women in the world, who would that be?
In the world, I would say Elon Musk.
Ooh, yeah. Why Elon?
Like, Elon is just like, I mean, I disagree with certain things sometimes, but I think that Elon is, I've really just been inspired by his, desire to go after things, right? And I'm a big fan of space and rocket development, so I've seen SpaceX build. I wasn't there from the start, but seeing their development over the last 10 years or so has been quite inspiring to see. And seeing the other things that he does, is he's doing like Tesla, SpaceX, and all of these kind of things, and the guy is just a machine. Like so it's just like, how do you balance all of these things? It's, he doesn't limit himself. So yeah, I would say 1 hour with Elon would be good. Yeah.
I don't know if you know if you heard about the news where they sent Egusi to space. Would Jen be sending jollof rice? I will just know in case they are sending people to Mars anytime soon. So if you're going there, I would like to be in space as well.
Yeah, definitely. I want to go to Mars as well. I want to go to the moon. So if they're sending jollof, like, they should choose.
Please choose Jen by to jollof. Please.
Yeah, and the founder as well. Call me and I'll be there.
Okay, so it's been a very beautiful journey, and way before that, before it became Jen, it became a thing. Where was the moment where you sat down and you were like, "Oh, I'm really doing this thing, like this Jen thing, I'm really doing it"? What was that moment for you?
Before it started? So in 2023, I had left a job that I was doing within the investment space, right? And as at the time where I left the job, I didn't have any plan B. Like, I didn't know what I was going to do. I just know that I upped and left, right? And I just told myself that, look, Latine, you have to get something. Because the reason why I left was because I felt like there was something more, but I couldn't put my hands on it. Like, it was an amazing job. It was giving me a lot of exposure. But at the same time, when there's that tussle in your heart saying, okay, I could go down this road and it'll be nice and it'll be good, but then I don't believe that it helps me fulfill my full potential or purpose. So with Jao, I think there was one day where I just decided, you know what, like, I'm going to pursue this thing. I have a name, I have an idea. It's going to be Nigerian, right? And so we're going to pursue this to the fullest of my ability. And one thing I always dedicate myself to is putting 100% in everything I do. So there is no 20, there's no 30. It's just like, I could run with something and I'm just going to, until it fails, I'm there. Do you understand? Showing up 100% every day. So I think it was just a series of moments where I just decided, yeah, we're going to pursue this. And thanks to the people around me, they also enabled and pushed me into, like, just following my dreams and doing what I thought was best for my life. Yeah.
That brings me to the next question, which is, who do you go to when things get hard?
I go to God. I think that's the most important thing. I go to God, but I also have a lovely support system around me. Things get hard, and I think, with entrepreneurs, you start to realize that, yes, the business is front and center, but at the end of the day, you're also a human being who has you have your downtimes, you have your moments of pure excitement and all of these kind of things. And sometimes it's really about, how do I translate, because you're working with people as well. You're trying to motivate them towards the vision. So you can't be a Debbie Downer in your own environment, right? So I think, the people around me, my friends, my family, those are people that are really, really important. But I'll say the first person I go to has to be God. Like, it's just,
So you're an intentional person from this conversation and from the business that we see online. What is one odd or weird habit that we do not know that you'd like to share with us?
Habit, maybe that I could stay up hours of the night just watching, like, things about space.
Wow.
Yeah. Or like yesterday, I was on my phone and I was, the ChatGPT voice thing. So I was literally going back and forth about why technology hasn't advanced so far that we can be able to, like, I don't know if warp travel So it's something from Star Trek, and like, yeah, it's a lot of space jargon.
I'm lost there.
So yeah, just things like that. I think, I could just stay up hours. There was one day that I think SpaceX had launched a rocket with people on it for the first time in 11 years from America. Right? So I remember just crying that day, and my sister came out. So I was like, "What are you doing?" So I think, yeah, if anything, I'd say
oh
that,
my god. Okay. So, what is your favorite time to work?
To work?
Yes.
I'd say, so I'm more active for some reason in the night time, right? So I tend to do a lot of work, like after 12 a.m. I'm locked in. As far as there's good Wi-Fi, I like doing a lot of work before I sleep. And then, although sometimes I realize now that it's not healthy because I need to also get the balance, but I would say I work best at night. But also I would say in terms of environment, it's like when we're having like team calls and team discussions and people are really locked in, I think that's like another good environment where I work really well as well. Yeah.
Okay. This interview is coming to an end. Unfortunately, I'm having a very wonderful time. So we just have like 2 more questions and then we are done.
Okay.
Our viewers, I hope you're having a wonderful time. So if you were to start this business again, or if you meet someone that wants to start from the beginning, what are the pieces of advice that you would give the person?
One key thing that I would say first is really just embrace the journey, right? And don't be afraid of failing, right? So I think that failing is something that we shy away from, as maybe in this part of the world or whatever. But I think that, and failure can come in different, failure can come in a day, can come in the moment, it can come with the entirety of what you think you're building. But I think like embrace, learning and embrace that, because failure points are learning points as well, right? So if something doesn't work out right, then you know how to do it better next time. So I think if I was starting again, it would just be, because I think in the start I put a lot of pressure on, okay, by month 6 it must be here, by year 1 it must be here. But I think right now, 1 year and some months in, I think I'm just really just enjoying the process, and there's no pressure on Latin Day. There's no pressure on, like, the pressure really is on making sure that the customers are served right, even if it's the one customer. So I think for me, it's just like, if everyone on the team has that idea and I have that idea, then success is inevitable, right? So just really embrace the journey and believe in what you're doing, because there are a lot of people that will say, why are you guys doing the things in that way? Why are you marketing in that way? You're spending a lot of money on that. You should spend a lot of money in this. But what we don't realize is that to do things that are truly innovative and groundbreaking, you probably have to seem like the odd one out amongst everyone else, right? So at the end of the day, I think it's just like, believe that you have something in you to give to the world, right? And whatever form that takes, however long it takes, just keep believing is what I'll say.
Okay, and finally, I don't want to end this conversation though. Okay, so after all of this is said and done, and we are packing up, we are leaving Earth finally to move to Mars. What is one thing you want to be remembered for, and what is one legacy you want your business to leave?
Oof, that's heavy. So there are 2 things. So what do I want to be remembered for?
Yes.
I think for me, it's just like, I was a man on a mission, right? That, and that mission is really just about fulfilling my God-given purpose. I think that's the most important thing for me, right? So whatever form or shape that takes is really okay by me, right? And in terms of the business itself with Gel, I think it's really just like, because our vision is to be the ultimate food lifestyle partner. And what we see about that is that we want people to come to Gel and have lunch. We want people to have Gel stocked in their fridge and their freezers. We want people to have Gel at their wedding parties, at their birthdays, at their celebrations. So it's like Gel day for you every time you want Gel to be, be there for you. So I think that's what really want to be remembered for. So when all is said and done, and we have finally built that building, and the roof is there and everything is nice, it's like that building of John should be remembered for just doing what he said he would do in the first place, which is to be there for you every time that you want it to be there for you. And that's why we're heavy on customization, because you might come to John and say, oh, I don't eat fish, so don't add any crayfish to anything that you're making for me, and we'll do that, right? And so it's really important for us that we're listening to our customers and that we are growing with our customers as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
To our viewers, I'm sure that you've learned a lot from this conversation. I wish I had my pen and paper, but I will definitely be rewatching to get all the nuggets and gems that are lying in this conversation. Until next time, I am Norma Obona, your host, and today we had Latunde, the CEO, and Chief Steward at Geo. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunity. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
And this is the Business Day television news update, featuring live from our studio right here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, reforms private investment crucial for 7% growth, says Edom. The Nigerian fintech grew 70% in 2025, and that's from CBN. NACO grows net profits 40% to 18 billion naira. And First Holdco wipes out losses as Rally restores pre-dip valuation. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Deborah Eze. Nigeria's Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, says sustained economic reforms and stronger private sector participation are key to achieving at least 7% GDP growth by 2027 to 2028. Speaking at the African Business Convention, Edun said Nigeria remains firmly on track for accelerated growth despite global financial tightening and rising geopolitical risk. According to projections in the 2026 to 2028 medium-term expenditure framework, Nigeria's real GDP growth is expected to rise from 4.68% in 2026 to 5.96% in 2027 and 7.9% in 2028, supported by ongoing economic and tax reforms that took effect in January. The minister stressed that growth must be private sector-led, with the government's focus on creating a stable and transparent business environment, noting that while reforms may be painful in the short term, they are essential for long-term prosperity. NGX Group Chairman Umaru Kwairagan said the exchange would support Nigeria's push towards a $1 trillion economy. And moving on, Nigeria's financial technology sector recorded a 70% growth in 2025, defying a difficult global economic climate, according to the Central Bank of Nigeria. The Apex Bank, in a new report titled Shaping the Future of Fintech in Nigeria, Innovation, Inclusion and Integrity, says the country is rapidly emerging as Africa's leading digital financial hub. Central Bank Governor Olayemi Cardoso added that Nigerian fintech firms continue to attract investment despite global headwinds, adding that currency stability and domestic reforms are helping financial innovations. However, the report warned that technical and system gaps could slow future growth, citing fragmented data system, while over one-third pointed to weak digital identity integration and limited credit histories as barriers. The CBN says closer collaboration between regulators and innovators will ensure Nigeria's fintech sector remains a driver of economic growth and financial inclusion across Africa. And still on, Nigerian Aviation Handling Company PLC NACO recorded a 40% rise in net profit to 18 billion naira for the year ended December 31st, 2025, up from 12.9 billion naira in 2024, reflecting improved business performance across its aviation and logistics operations. Total revenue grew nearly 22% to 65.2 billion naira, gross profit rose to 38.6 billion naira, operating profit climbed 25% to 24.8 billion naira, with earnings per share jumping to 9.24 naira. And shareholders' fund rising to 26.5 billion naira. The company said its performance was driven by investments in technology, equipment, and human capital, helping it maintain a strong competitive position in the regional aviation service market. The group managing director Olumuyiwa Olumekun said the company remains on track with its growth strategy, adding that the investments are already translating into better service delivery and stronger financial returns. Coming up, First Holdco wipes out losses as Rally restores pre-dip valuation. We bring you this and more after this break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. This is still the news updates and still on the Nigerian scene. Heavy buy orders push First Oatco PLC sharply higher on the Nigerian exchange, signaling renewed investor confidence as trading opened in Lagos on February 4th. By midday Wednesday, the stock had climbed almost 10% to 48.75, hitting its daily limits, extending gains from Tuesday and returning above the 45 level seen before the earnings sell-off. The rebound follows assurances from Chairman Femi Otedola after the group took a one-off 748.13 billion naira impairment charge to clean up legacy loans, a move investors now see as a reset rather than weakness. Analysts say the market is priced in the restructuring, with Meristem Research setting a target price of 73.22, citing Otedola's increased stake and a clearer balance sheet as drivers of long-term growth. And away from that story, despite easing inflation in Nigeria, eating out has emerged as an early casualty of strained household budget, with restaurant and fast food visits falling 28% nationwide. The shift is revealed in ShowPoint Rewards 2025 Invisible Economy Report released Tuesday, analyzing 3 million verified receipts representing up to 52 billion naira in spending by over 85,000 shoppers across 10 states. The reports show grocery purchases remained resilient despite average price increases of 23%, accounting for 33% of all receipts as households increasingly prioritize food essentials and home cooking. ShopPoint says receipt-level data exposes behavioral changes made by traditional surveys, warning that discretionary spending remains under pressure and recovery for Nigeria's restaurant sector may lag despite easing inflation for many households nationwide, according to analysts and economists alike. And still on, cassava farmers across southwest Nigeria are facing a sharp income shock as prices collapse amid an oversupply of fresh tubers. In Oyo and Ogun states, farmers say a metric ton of cassava now sells for about 40,000 naira, down from 220,000 naira in January last year, an 82% fall according to market survey. Now, farmers including Olatunji Balogun and Debo Kazim says buyers have disappeared, leaving harvests unsold for months and investments unrecovered, despite Nigeria being the world's largest cassava producer. And experts blame weak processing capacity and falling demand from industries worsened by cheaper starch import. With limited local processing and substitutes like rice and maize also falling, analysts warn a price recovery may remain elusive into last year. And to end the local news, Nigeria's Electoral Commission says it is prepared for the 2027 general election despite delays in passing an amended Electoral Act by the National Assembly. The Independent National Electoral Commission made the assurance in Abuja on Wednesday during a meeting with civil society groups where it confirmed election planning is already underway. INEC Chairman Joash Amobitan said the commission has completed the election timetable and schedule of activities, but it is awaiting legislative action on proposed amendment to the law. Ambutan warned that the timing of the amendments could force adjustment to some activities, but stressed INEC remains committed to delivering a credible poll while continuing its duties under the existing legal framework until changes are enacted, adding that voter confidence and institutional stability remain central to preparation nationwide ahead of polls. And coming up, Africa faces 90 billion US dollar debt wall in 2026, S&P. This and more after this break.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. We now head to the African scene, where S&P Global Ratings has warned that African governments are facing rising debt risk as hard currency repayment peak in 2026, placing growing pressures on foreign exchange reserves as external debt repayments are now more than 3 times higher in 2012. And according to the ratings agency, governments are expected to repay over $90 billion in external debt this year, with Egypt alone accounting for about 1/3 of the total at $27 billion, while S&P notes that average sovereign credit ratings are at their highest since late 2020. It says this reflects stabilization rather than real improvement as high debt and weak revenue bases continue to weigh on public finances. And looking ahead, S&P projects African economies will grow by about 4.5% in 2026, while debt levels are expected to remain high at around 61% of GDP. And also, Kenya's private sector continued to expand in January, but at a slower pace as weaker activities in construction and retail weighed on overall growth, according to a new business survey. The Stanbic Bank Kenya Purchasing Managers Index fell to 51.9 in January from 53.7 in December, while the reading still points to growth, showing that momentum in that economy softened at the start of the year. The survey found that manufacturing firms recorded the strongest sales growth, while demand fell outright in the construction, wholesale and retail sector, highlighting uneven performance across the economy. Looking ahead, Kenya's finance ministry expects the economy to grow 5.3% in both 2025 and 2026, up from 4.7% last year, while the World Bank forecasts growth of about 4.9%, remaining steady over the next 2 years. And on the foreign scene, fears around artificial intelligence-driven disruption affecting software companies made their way into Asia on Wednesday, with tech stocks in the region tracking declines overnight in US peers. Japanese software firms in Asia led declines in the region, with TRS, a major Japanese information technology service provider and system integrator, plunging almost 16%, while Trend Micro lost over 7%, with NS Solutions declining more than 7%. Shares of IT companies in India also dropped, with the Nifty IT index down 6.7% as major IT firms Tata Consultancy Services and Infosys dropped 6.6% and 8% respectively, while HCL was down 5.3%. According to reports, Indian IT companies were among the top gainers on Tuesday following the announcement of the country's trade deal with the US. And still on the foreign scene, US President Donald Trump says talks with Iran are continuing to ease tension as the US military confirmed it shot down an Iranian drone near an aircraft carrier in Arabian Sea on Tuesday. Speaking at the White House, Trump said Washington was negotiating right now, warning Tehran it did not want a repeat of last year's strike on Iranian nuclear sites as the USS Abraham Lincoln arrived with additional forces. Iran's president said he had ordered diplomats to pursue fair talks if conditions allow, and CENTCOM said a US jet acted in self-defense while Iran reported losing contact with a drone. Washington says further discussion are planned, possibly in Oman, as regional states push de-escalation. Analysts remain skeptical, saying neither side has shown willingness to soften red lines despite pressure. And we'll bring you the sport news after this break. Now to sports, Pep Guardiola has launched a stinging attack on US President Donald Trump's administration following the death of Rennie Good and nurse Alex Pretty at the hands of ICE agents. The Manchester City manager delivered an impassioned defense of human rights during a press conference, breaking his usual silence to condemn genocide in Palestine while demanding compassion for migrants across the English Channel. Guardiola has issued a fierce condemnation of the recent actions by immigration and customs enforcement agents in the United States, directly challenging the policies under Trump. Speaking with visible emotion, the Catalan coach referenced the shocking death of Rennie Good and Alex Pretty, an intensive care nurse, who were killed during ICE operations. Guardiola drew a sharp contrast between the values of care and brutality of the incident, questioning how such violence could be justified by any administration. And so in the news, Mikel Arteta has expressed confidence that Arsenal will use the momentum and energy gained from reaching the Carabao Cup final to fuel their Premier League title ambition. Arteta's side edged Chelsea 1-0 in the semi-final second leg on Tuesday, with Kai Havertz scoring with virtually the last kick of the game to seal a 4-2 aggregate victory. After 3 successive second-place finishes in the Premier League and a series of near misses in knockouts competition, reaching the final offers Arsenal the chance to shake off their reputation as premier bridesmaids. In the first final in 6 years, Arsenal will face either Manchester City or Newcastle United at Wembley on March 22nd. And City currently hold a 2-0 advantage over Newcastle ahead of Wednesday's second leg clash at the Etihad Stadium. And this is where we wrap up the business news, TV news updates this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
Informative insights. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. You tax how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good afternoon and you're welcome to Behind the Headline, where we go beyond the surface of the news to understand what's really happening. We move past what happened to explore why it happened, what it means, and what comes next. I am Deborah Eze. Conversation we're centering on this afternoon is Lagos Assembly halts Makoko demolition, others MDAs to stand down. So do stay with us as we go Behind the Headline. Welcome back. The Lagos State House of Assembly has ordered an immediate halt to the planned demolition of parts of Makoko, directing all relevant ministries, departments, and agencies to stand down. The decision follows public outcry, petitions from residents, and concerns about due process, human rights, and the absence of clear resettlement plans. Makoko, a historic waterfront community, has long existed at the intersection of urban development, environmental concerns, and social justice. Today, the Assembly's intervention raises fresh questions about governance, accountability, and the future of informal settlement in Lagos. So, what does this directive really mean, and what happens next? To answer these questions, I'm now being joined by Iniobong Iwok, is a senior police correspondent here at Business Day. Good morning, Ini. It's good to have you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm faster than most of us.
Yeah.
So speak to us about what prompted the House of Assembly to halt the demolition of Makoko, and how serious is the stand down order to the MDAs?
You will recall in the last few weeks, Lagos there has been so much talk about let me say crisis within some communities in Lagos State, where the Lagos State have been, state government have been embarking on since after the 2020 election. There have been demolition in several parts of Lagos State, and this time around, I think 2 weeks ago, they took their caterpillar to Makoko community, and they demolished so many shanties, they call it, that are those ones that are beside the water, and they said they are not that the government is trying to regenerate that area to make it more to build more houses for people to live. So they demolished several houses were demolished in Makoko area, Oko, Agbo area, Shogun area communities. So it was in the news now that during the demolition, when the president were protesting this demolition sites, the police and the officers who carried out the demolition were firing tear gas, and they said a baby died, another little woman also died in the process, and some 2 days after that, the community mobilized themselves and they went on a protest across the state, especially Lagos State to Lagos State Assembly. They protested in Ikeja, marched to Alausa, the governor's office, and also Lagos House Assembly, where their representative, people's representative are meeting. So they asked for compensation, and they said that the demolition exercise did not follow, they did not give them enough notice, that the government has not compensated them. So during that process, about some activists were arrested,
Okay.
By officers, police officers. I think about 2-3 days later,
They were released.
they were released on bail condition.
Yeah.
So I think the state Lagos State Assembly actually sent a notice of invite to them. A committee was set up.
What does that actually mean now? Does it mean that the demolition has been cancelled, or we just have to?
No, the demolition has been done. A lot of houses were people. A lot of people there.
No, like cancelled. They're not done. Has it been cancelled entirely?
No, yeah, maybe there are some locations within that Mako community that they felt they wanted to touch maybe next week or later in the month. But as at now, it is estimated that more than 2,000 people will be displaced with the current demolition that the state government have done so far within that area. So the State Assembly set up a committee which was headed by Noim. Noim is the House leader. Noim is the Honorable Noim Adams is the chairman of the HACO committee set up by the Speaker of the House, Mudashiru Obasa, to investigate that issue. So they met with the residents on Tuesday, and they told the resident, they hear from the resident, and they also told the resident that they are sympathetic to their cries, and they are not happy with the way the demolition was carried out by the state government. Now, it's not as if they are in support, that they are representing them, that everybody who owns a property there will be compensated by the state government. So many community leaders also spoke their mind that the way demolition was carried out, it was not, some of them have been living in this place for a long time, decades. So now, where would they go from here? Their lands have been taken away from them. They don't have anywhere to go to. That there should be some form of compensation.
Yeah. So what do you think this message does to this intervention does to other MDAs that should carry out demolition and enforcement? What do you think this message from the assembly would actually do to it?
I think it is a clear message. Experts have said that you don't just go to the way of, if you want to carry out a regeneration development plan in a particular area, which you to meet modern standard, which you feel that when you display the way we are carrying out, Nigeria is carrying out their own exercise in terms of demolishing people's houses, you pursue people. You feel that by the time it is only when you build modern houses, big structures, that even these people that you are sending away cannot even afford. That is when you can develop the city. That's what I've said. No, if you want to develop the city, if you want to empower people, if you want to uplift shanties, it is by empowering people. It is by empowering people. It is by providing jobs. It is by providing entrepreneurship fund for people to go into small business. Provide soft loan people to go into small business. Provide infrastructure in these places. It is not just going there with your caterpillar.
Right.
And
I hear you, Inibo. So finally, what do you think the people of Makoko should expect? Should they expect, dialogue, or they should be uncertain about what next the government are going to do?
No, I think it is clear that everybody has condemned the way the state government have carried out the demolition. Or the state government have said that they will compensate the people who have property there, illegally property there, and that the demolition was necessary so that they said the structures there were not they were shanties. They needed to clear the place so they can build new structure in tune with modern reality. That and the essence have been that place have been marked for demolitions 2021. So your question was what should they expect, people of Makoko? Well, what should they expect? People they've met with the lawmaker. The lawmaker promised them so much that they entered the MDA that they should stop demolition in that area. So I expect the NDA, so the state government to comply with the lawmakers directive.
And but people should, what should people expect? They should that the promise by the state government or the lawmakers that they will be compensated. Those that have properties there, they will be compensated. If the government, they expect the government to fulfill their promise.
Thank you
And not carry out this kind of illegal demolition again.
Thank you very much.
Have the fear of people, know that at least people, no matter how their sort of their economic power, have the right to survive.
All right.
Proper alternative.
Thank you so much, Ini. It was really good to have you behind the headlines.
Thank you.
All right, we're speaking to Ini Obong Iwak. He's a senior political correspondent here at Business Day. And of course, the conversation doesn't end here. We've examined the key issues, explored the context, and unpacked what developments mean going forward. As the news continues to evolve, these conversations remain important in helping us better understand the forces shaping our economy, the society, and everyday lives. Thank you for watching. I am Deborah Eze. Join us tomorrow.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.